That was that whole thing with the live stream. So
Mr. Gould, can we do a sound check? I'm David Lee, the court reporter.
Yes, this is Aaron Gould from WRA. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Sometimes I'm a bit washed out, like I look like I'm in witness protection. Does my picture look okay or is it too dark?
You look fantastic, sir.
Okay, because I know the hearing examiner likes people to be clear and visible. Thank you.
You bet, sir.
Morning, all.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Lee, and good morning, parties. We are not going to have, unfortunately, due to for reasons I won't get into, but you may already know about those, counsel, here that this morning, and perhaps all of today, we will not have the Attorney General's counsel, Gideon Elliott. It, Nothing too serious. Just hope Mr. Elliott get well if you're listening. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, if not later in the day. So is there anything preliminarily that we should address before moving to our next gas company witness?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Brian Haverly on behalf of New Mexico Gas Company. There's one preliminary matter I'd like your guidance on, if you would indulge me.
Of course.
So you have granted our request to substitute Eric Buchanan for Jimmy Blotter. Because we did not have that ruling beforehand, we just uploaded Jimmy Blotter's testimony as it existed earlier. What we could do, and I'd like your guidance on this, is there are those first few questions, the introductory questions about who he is and what his title is and his responsibilities, that differ a little bit from Ms. Blotter's testimony, and we've amended that, and we could upload that to Dropbox and send it to everybody, the updated information. But it's just those first couple of questions that provide that information, and it doesn't change any of the substantive testimony.
Right. What would be your preference? What would you rather? Because I think we've left enough breadcrumbs in the record to make it clear that Mr. Buchanan is adopting and testifying.
Sorry.
That's okay. I do it all the time, and I apologize in advance for doing it because I'll do it again today. But I think we've left enough breadcrumbs in the record to indicate that Mr. Buchanan is testifying and adopting Ms. Jimmy Blotter's testimony, and it is Ms. Blotter, right? I know that from past cases, but I always hesitate because it's anyway. What would be your preference?
That is fine. We will just go with what is in the Dropbox, Mr. Hearing Examiner. It makes things easy, and we don't have to worry about confusion in terms of which draft. So we're satisfied. I was worried more about how you wanted the record, but I am totally fine with just going.
Well, no, and I do appreciate your attention to detail and seeking that guidance. I appreciate that. So thank you. But we can leave it as is, unless the other parties to this case have any objection to this approach, if they think it'll be too confusing or something. Hearing nothing, let's then, Mr. Haverly, go with what we have in Dropbox.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anything else preliminarily? Okay, hearing nothing, let's move to hear gas company's next witness. And Mr. Haverly, are you up for this witness as well?
This is
or
going to
Mr.
be
Tomei?
Mr. Examiner, I've got both witness Barkley and witness Jones, so I think you'll be dealing with me for most of the day.
Okay, great.
We would call Mr. Barkley to the stand. And he is there.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
And yeah, you will be sworn now by the court reporter.
Mr. Barkley, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Barkley, please state your name for the record.
Michael Arthur Barclay.
And what is your position?
I am the technical director for Lisbon Group.
Very well. You have in front of you what has been labeled as NMGC Exhibit number 5. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What is that?
That is my direct testimony as submitted December of 2022.
Very well. Was that prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No.
Is that testimony true and correct?
Yes.
If I was to ask you those same questions today, would you provide the same answers verbally as is in the document?
Yes.
Very well. Mr. Barkley, you also now have in front of you NMGC Exhibit 6. And what is that?
That is my rebuttal testimony.
Was that prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any additional change? Do you have any changes to that?
Somebody
Yeah.
please mute your mic if you're not in with Mr. Domer or Mr. Barclay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Domer, sorry.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No.
Is that true and correct?
Yes.
If I was to ask you that testimony today verbally, would you provide me with the same answers as is written verbally?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of NMGC Exhibits 5 and 6.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, New Mexico Gas Company Exhibits 5 and 6 are admitted.
And with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. The Attorney General did not have any cross-examination for Mr. Barclay, so New Energy Economy, Mr. Dodd, you have 20 minutes with Mr. Barclay, is that right?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Barkley.
Morning, Mr. Dodd.
First, I'd like to ask you if you could please pull up what's been marked as New Energy Economy Exhibit 7.
Hold it up.
This is the gas company's responses to New Energy Economy's second set of interrogatories and requests for production, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed the responses to these interrogatories and requests for production?
I did.
You swore to the veracity of these responses?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses and materials contained within New Energy Economy Exhibit 7 are true and correct, right?
Correct. Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so Mr. Barkley, you would agree that any significant fugitive release from an LNG plant would be a health, safety, and environmental concern, correct?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I was a little slow on the uptake on that. Some of the ones that are in E7 were not assigned to this witness, and so I've just for the record, all of those, as to the ones that he answered or answered jointly with Mr. Bullard, then I'm fine with that. The foundation laid by the lawyer.
Understood. Mr. Dodd, do you have any problem with that?
No, I think I've now covered all of the portions of any Exhibit 7.
Okay,
But I
Go ahead.
appreciate Mr. Domain bringing it up.
go ahead.
So, Mr. Barkley, you would agree that any significant fugitive release from an LNG plant would be a health, safety, and environmental concern, correct?
No, I don't agree with that characterization. Fugitive emissions in general are not considered, well, depends on your definition of significant, I guess, but in general, fugitive emissions refer to very small trace emissions.
Okay, you would,
Not significant ones.
But you would agree that any release of LNG from an LNG plant would be a health, safety, and environmental concern, correct?
Yeah, and for clarity, a release of LNG from a plant would not be a fugitive emission. It would be it's something that would be classified separately. But the release of LNG is needs to be managed very carefully. But I don't agree with the characterization that it poses a hazard to the community or the environment. Significant fact, no.
I'm sorry, what was that last piece?
Oh, I'm trying to get your verbiage right. To understand the question that you're trying to get at. So you're mixing terms where you say fugitive and LNG. So I just want to make sure I calibrate my answer so that I'm clear, but don't have my testimony accidentally mischaracterized.
Okay, so you would agree that a release of LNG, liquefied natural gas, from an LNG plant would be a health, safety, and environmental concern, though, correct?
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Bang. Go ahead and ask a different question, Mr. Dodd,
Okay.
or a similar question.
Mr. Barkley, you are aware that of nearly 24 significant LNG incidents that have occurred
I'm
worldwide.
sorry, Mr. Dodd, can you start your question again?
Yes. Mr. Barkley, you are aware of nearly 24 significant LNG incidents that have occurred worldwide, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about half of those have been in the United States and the rest have been in other countries, right?
I don't know the exact distribution, but that sounds reasonable. It depends again on what type of events we're talking about. But from peak shaving facilities, I think the 12 events, which would be half of the number you provided, is high.
Now, Mr. Barkley, I didn't ask about peak shavers, did I?
Oh, yeah. No, you're talking about LNG. I thought we were talking about this specific case, but in the general case, LNG from much bigger facilities like terminals that are hundreds of times bigger, or small scale unregulated facilities. I'm sure there's at least a dozen. Yes.
Okay. And some of those LNG incidents have had disastrous impacts, including death and significant destruction, correct?
There is one event in the U.S.'s history that back in the 40s that resulted in the death of civilians associated with LNG, and really set the stage for the tremendous safety record that LNG's had since then. But in general, no, I don't agree with your classification that all these events have led to hazardous conditions.
Mr. Barkley, wasn't my question that some of these events have had disastrous impacts?
Yeah, okay, yes.
Okay, and you would agree with that, correct?
Yes, I would. I would agree with that statement.
Okay. And in 2022, there was the serious LNG incident in Freeport, Texas, correct?
Yes, but remember, this is a facility that's about 400 times larger than what we're talking about. So it's spelled the same LNG, but it's a very different, 2 orders of magnitude larger, completely different facility. But yes, I'm aware of that incident.
All right. And Mr. Barkley, I would just ask if you could just answer the questions just that I ask, okay? And the gas company will have an opportunity to do redirect examination, okay?
Okay, I'll try to, but if you're mischaracterizing something, I want to make sure the record is straight and correct.
All right, but you would agree that I didn't equate the Freeport facility with the facility that's being proposed here, did I?
Oh, I guess not explicitly, only implicitly.
All right. In 2023, there was a fire in Cameron, Louisiana that related to LNG as well, correct?
There was.
Okay. Now, you are very familiar with LNG peak shaving facilities across the country, right?
I am, correct.
would it be fair to characterize your testimony that you believe LNG peak shaving facilities are safe?
Yes, I believe LNG peak shaving facilities are very safe when correctly designed, constructed, operated, and maintained.
All right. And so you must be aware of the very serious incident that occurred at the Plymouth, Washington LNG peak shaver in 2014. Is that right?
Yes, I am aware of that event.
Industry-wide, people were extremely concerned about that incident, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to talk about some of the details of that incident. The plant actually had 2 LNG tanks, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that plant currently has 2 LNG tanks. It had 2 LNG tanks at the time of the incident.
Each tank has a capacity of 1.2 BCF.
That's correct.
And the facility operated then as a peak shaver for the Northwest Pipeline.
As it does today, yes.
That's for the Williams companies.
Williams is the operator, correct, and then some utilities buy capacity in those tanks.
And it has liquefaction capability of approximately 12 MCF per day.
At the time of the event, there were 2 separate LNG trains. Now they've combined it to 1.
Okay.
I do not know the capacity. 2x6 sounds about right. Mixed refrigerant, which is a flammable refrigerant, not applicable to this case, but yes, on the order of that liquefaction capacity.
Okay, and at the time of the incident, it had 4 vaporization units rated at 75 MCF per day each for a total vaporization capacity of 300 MCF per day, correct?
That is correct.
And so fairly similar in terms of capacity to the proposed gas company facility, with the exception that the Plymouth plant had sort of 2 tanks and 2 trains, correct?
All right, it's completely different. I don't agree with your statement. I think you're talking about a plant that went into service 40 years prior to this incident.
What my question was it fairly similar in capacity to the proposed gas company facility, correct?
In capacity, that plant had similar function. The vaporization capacity, although the technology was different and higher in that case, it's on the same order of magnitude. The amount of gas stored in the tanks was almost 2.5 times, but on the same order of magnitude. So yes, absolutely, I agree. This is a peak shaving facility, and it is in many ways analogous, except very old and applying a different set of safety rules than the present one that's been proposed.
Now you agree that the Plymouth plant complied with 49 CFR Part 193, right?
No, I do not agree with. Well, it complied with the grandfathering allowances within the LNG code.
And so you would agree that the plant complied with 49 CFR Part 193, correct?
Not complied. It complied with the clause that allowed plants that existed before the CFR 193 was implemented to continue to operate.
Okay, and so it complied with all of the federal and state regulations regarding the operations of an LNG peak shaving facility.
No, the exemptions for old facilities, so-called grandfather facilities that do not have to comply with all the aspects of this CFR 193. It depends on which section of that statute is being referred to. Some of it became mandatory. Some of it became mandatory immediately upon or shortly after the law being issued. Some of it became mandatory later, and some of it you can't undo. For instance, the way the facility was sited, the way they did their secondary impoundment, the way they had bottom penetrations to the tank. You can't change those things retroactively, so they're not compliant.
It was a double wall tank too, wasn't it?
Well, that's still quite normal, but it was a double walled tank, carbon steel outer, high nickel inner for both the tanks. That's similar technology with the major exception that the pipes from the LNG rundown and out were at the bottom of the tank that penetrated the bottom. So below the liquid level line is key. It's quite a fundamental difference. The basic tank, inner 9 nickel steel, thick perlite wall insulation, 2 to 4 foot, and then an outer carbon steel tank is quite conventional, and it's still typically applied in peak shavers.
So, Mr. Barkley, are you telling me today that at the time of the accident, the Plymouth plant was in violation of federal regulations?
No, I'm not telling you that. What I'm trying to state is that the facility built 50 years later is subject to all the requirements, all the operational plan, the maintenance plan, the design, the siting of CFR 193, plus all the guidance from PEMSA. Whereas a facility that's grandfathered is not subject to that. I'm not saying they were not in compliance.
Because they were in compliance, correct? It's just that they were grandfathered, but they were in compliance with all the regulations.
I can't state if they were or were not in compliance. Not a representative of that plant or a member of PEMSA.
Okay. You would agree that on March 31st, 2014, the Plymouth facility experienced a catastrophic failure and a resulting explosion.
Yeah, a detonation inside some piping resulted in catastrophic failures.
And an explosion.
The explosion was inside the pipe where there was a mix of flammable gas and oxygen due to a flawed purging process coupled with an antiquated type of heater that we are not no longer using. They replaced that heater out there as well, but that the industry no longer uses salt bath heater. But yes, so in other words, it was inside the piping and inside the process equipment.
Inside the
Piping
and
process equipment.
Could you hold on a second? I want to make sure we have your testimony right. You said the industry no longer uses a salt bath heater?
Yeah. The ignition source in this case was a salt bath heater that was brought back into service a couple days before this incorrectly purged, which is also no longer allowed by statute, purge procedure they used with air. It was brought back into service, and that caused the ignition inside the pipe, and a detonation, which is as Mr. Dodd asked, is a type of explosion inside the pipe that blew apart a vessel that sent shrapnel across the site, and the shrapnel caused damage to lots of the plant control room, the wall compressor room, compressor building, the tank, most importantly.
All right. There had been a pack and purge operation 13 days earlier, but due to operator error, there was a gas-air mixture left in the piping, correct?
That is correct. And let me explain pack and purge, if you will. Essentially, their purging procedure that, as I mentioned, is no longer allowed in CFR 193. The pipe was filled with air, and they took gas, and they compressed the section of pipe, and then relieved the pressure on a section of pipe 3 times. So it's like taking a 5-foot section of garden hose with a plug on one end and pressurizing it up to 65 psi, and then letting the pressure out the same side. Now you through purge, and you have to use a new procedure by code. So this incident although very serious and related to a peak shaving event, isn't possible to replicate with the current 193.
Okay, and so, and I just want to try and move through this in a timely fashion. It's just, we only have a certain amount of time, okay? And so I just would ask that you try to keep your answers a little briefer, okay?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
All right. So the air gas mixture that was left behind during this pack and purge operation ignited during the liquefaction startup, correct?
Liquefaction wasn't started. It was the salt bath heater was already started. That's what you have to do with them. They introduced the gas to that piece of equipment, and it was an air gas mixture in the piping, and it caused a detonation and then propagated through the piping to a vessel that failed.
And in fact, it was the adsorber that failed, correct?
Yes, it was a emulsive absorption vessel. It's a vessel used for pretreatment.
Okay. And the explosion blew apart the adsorber and sent pieces of machinery flying in all directions.
Yeah, that vessel brittly failed when it was pressurized by this detonation, and that sent shrapnel across the site. It hit one of these an instrument on one of these below liquid level lines on the tank. It hit the tank. The blast, shrapnel went out in multiple directions. That's correct, and caused the damage and fire.
This compromised the outside wall of LNG tank 1, correct?
That is correct. Yep. A piece of shrapnel penetrated the outside, the carbon steel non-LNG containing a part of that tank, approximately 1/3 up the tank, allowing boil-off gas to flow out.
This compromised the insulation in the tank, correct?
Yeah, perlite is the insulation between the inner wall and the outer wall of these tanks, and it's the same stuff you use in gardening, only much, it's a very, very fine powder. And if you have any wind at all, or if you're blowing boil-off gas out of a hole, in this case, it'll go everywhere. If you've ever, well, you haven't. I've loaded some perlite before. It's a very messy operation. It blows everywhere. It's inert. Just have to wear a respirator, face mask. So that's correct. That perlite blew out of the tank, and that's what you can see if you're referring to your exhibits. That's the white around the tank is the insulation. That's very fine granular material called perlite.
Thankfully, the inner wall of the tank had not been pierced.
That is correct. Yep. Thankfully, the inner wall of the tank that actually contains the LNG was not pierced. It was dented.
But it was dented.
It was dented.
Right.
Yeah.
And ultimately, the damage to the facility was extensive, correct?
The cost to update the plant, do all the repairs, combine it into a single train, do extensive root cause analysis, material analysis, forensic investigation of all the failures, reinstate the plant was on the order of $50 million. So that is very much extensive damage.
I'd like you to pull up New Energy Economy Exhibit 13, if you could. And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I know that I've run out of time here. I've just asked for a little bit of leeway. I've got about 5 to 10 questions left.
5 to 10 questions could be an hour, Mr. Dodd, or it could be 5 minutes. So what are we going to do?
I don't anticipate it's going to be an hour, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
I'm a little bit more precise than that. If you don't, you're about to learn.
I understand,
Dodd.
Mr. Hearing Examiner.
So what are we doing?
I would ask if maybe there's another intervener that would yield me a little bit of time to complete this examination. I would think that 10 to 15 minutes would be sufficient.
This, I will give you 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. I greatly
You have to.
appreciate
So let me reset your clock for 15 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Barkley, do you have New Energy Economy Exhibit 13 pulled up in front of you?
I do, yes.
And I'd like you to go to the first appendix. First of all, let me ask you, actually, New Energy Economy 13 is the failure investigation report by PIMSA, which is the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, as well as the Washington Utilities and Transportation Commissions. This is their failure investigation report for the LNG peak shaving plant at Plymouth, Washington, and for the incident that occurred on March 31st of 2014. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you've seen this report, correct?
Oh, yes.
All right, I'd like you to go to the first appendix. It's after the first set of 11 pages. You'll see it's paginated 11 pages. Then there's another set of 11 pages right after that. That's the first appendix that contains photographs. And actually, Mr. Hearing Examiner, could I share my screen for this, just so that we can all look at the same photographs?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, it doesn't look like it's allowing it yet.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. Did I make someone else co-host? Maybe I did. It's not letting me make you co-host.
Oh,
And I almost been having some freezing issues this morning with the computer that I almost, which I've had to do before is log off Zoom and log back in to get. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to share. You're just going to have to here. Try now.
oh,
It
there we go.
unfroze.
It looks like it worked. Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, can you see my screen now, Mr. Barkley?
Yes, I can see it.
All right, and I'm looking at page 3 of 11 of that first appendix. This photograph here at the top, that shows that penetration through the outer wall of the LNG-1 tank, correct?
Yes, that's correct. You can see where the frost line is coming down the tank.
Caused by that boil-off gas.
Boil-off gas is flowing from the inner tank where the contents were safely contained and then out through this hole. And then the frost in the foreground, or the white material that looked like frost in the foreground.
Were there two holes, or I'm sorry, is the what?
Is the perlite insulation. That's this very, very fine granular material. And then, if you look on the left, that's the below the liquid line penetrations going into the tank. So they're down low, and that being released, this is in the first day of this incident. And when the boil off gas was flowing at the highest rate, and that's LNG being sprayed out there and dispersing. They don't classify it as PEMSA didn't classify it as an LNG leak because it never actually collected on the ground. It vaporized in the air and dispersed safely as natural gas. However, that's quite a serious item there that all facilities, of course, need to be designed to make sure that a vapor cloud associated with that can't get off the site, or even a flammable vapor cloud, half a flammable, lower flammability limit can't leave the site. But yeah, that's absolutely the tank that was damaged. I believe it was one hole on the tank, and then a 1/2 inch instrument that was sheared where that LNG was spraying out.
All right, and then if we look at these photographs on page 4 of 11, these show sort of some of the destruction caused throughout the facility by the explosion. Is that right?
That is correct. Yep. This is the immediately following the incident, and early photographs on the top and the bottom. They're identifying a piece of shrapnel that tore through one of the. I'm not sure if that's the both the boil-off gas compressor building and the compressor building were damaged. So,
And
but yeah,
actually,
one type of damage.
what they're pointing to here, this, you see this red arrow here? Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
That's actually a hard hat, correct?
Yes, you're correct. Thank you.
Because there was a employee that was in this area at the time that the explosion occurred, correct?
There were 5 people injured, 5 plant employees or contractors injured in this incident. The chap that you're looking at is hard hat, self-rescued, went to muster, and then was airlifted to a hospital, and I believe he probably is the one that was admitted. Of the 5 people, 4 were treated and released, 1 was admitted. But yeah, a very serious incident in an LNG peak shaver for sure.
And he had severe burns, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can see from the picture he probably had some physical damage as well, I would imagine. But yes, burns is what's in the report.
Okay. And then we look
How
at
far is that away from the explosion?
It was close. The buildings were quite close, and the occupied building, including the control room, that's one of the things the industry no longer does. And they locate the occupied buildings far away from the hydrocarbon containing equipment, which this old facility, just like your car from 1975, maybe it had lap belts, no backup camera or airbags.
Well,
Similar here.
let's, Mr. Todd, can you go to page 2 of 11, the bottom picture?
absolutely.
Would it have been in that, where the building in the middle between the tanks, that's just to the south?
That
Is that where he would have been?
I do not know.
Mr.
That-
Hearing Examiner, I believe that it's this building here where that employee who was severely injured was located.
And when you're doing a startup operation like this, that's when employees are you have field operators. So the likelihood of them being near a piece of equipment, just like all gas processing equipment, all plants. I mean, they have the training. He had FRs on, flame resistant clothing, and hard hat, other PPE. He was, but he was in the blast and he got hurt.
Sounds like this event has been studied pretty closely. At least is it studied in the industry?
It's a critical event. This is a very big event indeed at a peak shaver, and the peak shavers, modern peak shavers, are not like this one from 50 years ago. But there's definitely some lessons.
Understood. Well, what about the picture? The picture right above it that shows is that the Columbia River? That body of water?
Columbia River, between the Columbia River, between the field and the plant, there's a rail line. So you can see that rail line's quite close. That was briefly out of service due to this event.
And there's a pipeline, the Columbia River. I'm sorry, there's a railroad. But is it the Northwest Pipeline, or what pipeline runs parallel to the river there, or near it, on one side or the other of the plant? Do you know?
I don't know all the pipelines that intersect. There's a compressor station here, I believe, as well, and some And there may be multiple pipelines, but So-
Williams did a study for the Washington Commission, a PowerPoint display that, and they labeled the PowerPoint display Northwest Pipeline.
okay. Thank you.
Go ahead,
All
Mr.
right.
Dodd.
And then.
Oh, no, I have a question about the river, though. I'm sorry. Were there any toxic chemicals or serious leaks from that facility into the river, like the LNG or any other that were reported or discernible?
Yeah, no LNG collected or the LNG, none of it collected on the ground that was released from that small release. They call it raining out, but it just all vaporized and dispersed.
So
So
this didn't cause damage to the river.
No, it did not.
Go ahead, Mr. Dodd.
All right. So we also see some additional photos throughout this report, just documenting sort of the damage to the entire facility, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, ultimately, after this occurred, first responders ended up evacuating an area with a 2-mile radius around the facility. Isn't that right?
Yeah, for approximately 24 hours while they were assessing whether that how badly the tank was damaged.
Because they weren't sure whether that inner wall had been punctured, correct?
Yeah, when you first respond to an emergency, you have limited information.
Sure. And most of the citizens of the town of Plymouth, Washington, thousands of citizens, they were all evacuated, right?
150 people were evacuated in the report that you've put in as your exhibit.
Is that what it was? 150?
150. Yeah.
Okay.
And that evacuation order was lifted, I think about 60 hours later. So everybody was back home within 60 hours. And the radius was reduced after around 24 hours. The rail line was repaired and back in service after about 30 hours. So, but absolutely it did affect the community while they figured out the nature of this incident.
And ultimately, 168,000 MCF of natural gas were released into the atmosphere through the 9 months following the incident, correct? And we can see that on the chart contained on page 9 of 11 of the report itself. I've got it pulled up here if you would just want to see it on the screen.
Thanks.
Yeah. So based on the chart that was contained within the report, there was a estimated total MCF of 168,214 MCFs of natural gas that were released into the atmosphere in the 9 months following the incident. Is that right?
Yes, that looks correct.
Okay. And as I think you said earlier, there were significant repairs that were needed to the facility that ended up costing, I think you said approximately $50 million.
Yep, as in the report. Yeah.
And ultimately, the LNG facility was out of service for about 2 years, and it wasn't brought back online until March 15th of 2016, correct?
That's correct.
And we can actually see that within the PIMSA.
You had it a second ago. Yeah.
The operator accident incident report to PIMSA. Is that right?
Yeah. If you go back to the page you had up just before this, it's stated there.
Oh, I was gonna point it out here.
Yeah.
They lay out the shutdown time was the March 31st, 2014, and then it didn't come back up online until March 15th of 2016, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'll go ahead and stop
Now-
sharing the screen there.
The, hi-
Oh,
the highlighting in this exhibit on PDF page 28, is that New Energy Economies, or is that PHMSA's, or was that in the document you acquired or downloaded, or was that yours?
oh no, that was in original.
Okay,
Uh,
thank you.
And I apologize, it indicates an amount of time. I have 3 questions remaining that should be very brief, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Could I be indulged, please?
5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barkley, so ultimately, this facility was out of service for 2 years.
That's correct.
Now, it is the gas company's, New Mexico Gas Company's commitment that it will incorporate all best safety practices into its design of the LNG facility proposed here, correct?
I believe that is their commitment, and it's the minimum legal requirement also makes this a very safe facility within CFR 193.
But you're aware that not all of those safety documents and safety plans and all of those haven't been completed yet, correct?
No, you don't complete them until you're approaching commissioning. Lisbon Group generates those operating, maintenance, security, and safety programs for plants like that and like this. And yeah, you do that much later. They have to be complete before you can introduce hydrocarbons to the facility, before you can start up. And indeed, there is a PEMSA very long 72-page checklist that, in addition to what we would go through, you'll go through with PEMSA before you can start up, to make sure you are fully compliant, your operators are trained, your procedures are in place, your plant's commissioned, everything appropriately.
And so what that means is that the gas company is applying for this CCN before and without allowing the commission to examine all of the safety plans and procedures for this plant, correct?
As is normal and mandatory, really, because you have to build it before you can't write a program for something that doesn't exist. They're very, very detailed. They're talking about thousands and thousands of pages of a program here. So you can't invent that stuff in advance of actually building a facility.
Now, to date, how much money have you and your company been paid by the gas company for services in this case?
As of August of last year, in our response to an interrogatory, I believe it was $667,000.
And it's certainly increased since then, correct?
Yes, it has. I've been supporting this CCN process, and then separately, we've been facilitating and managing the feed competition. It's ongoing. And
how much are you being paid per hour for your testimony here today?
Yeah, so as Mr. Reed pointed out, I'm being paid for my time, not my testimony, but it's just a little bit less than $200 an hour.
Okay. With that, Mr. Hearing Commissioner, I don't have any further questions at this time. I would move for the admission of New Energy Economy Exhibits 7 and 13.
Any objection to NEE Exhibits 7 and 13?
No objection.
New Mexico, NEE Exhibit 7 is admitted, but NEE 13 is not. I'm going to get Mr. Dodd's attention because the exhibit's not marked, at least the one that I just downloaded from Dropbox. So if you get it marked, in E13, it will be admitted. So it's provisionally admitted, subject to being marked.
I seriously apologize. I will have that done here in just moments, and I'll have it. Would you like me to upload it to Dropbox again?
Yes, please.
I will do
If
that.
you have that capacity, if not, send it to me and I'll substitute it.
I think we can.
But because of the naming convention problems, and hopefully the exhibits yesterday that court reporter Mr. Lee was having a problem with CCA 3 and WRA 10 were accessible to him. I may have renamed that exhibit. So why don't you just go ahead and just send it to me? Right, because if the naming convention is wrong, then report that we may run into the same problem we did with those two other exhibits.
Absolutely. I'll get it taken care of. Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Higgins.
Thank you. All right, next up. Yes, sir.
So Mr. Dodd, it looks to me like went over by about 25 or 30 minutes today. And he
Yeah.
could have borrowed from Mr. Jones, who is a witness coming up in the same area. Would it be appropriate for us to apply that overage of 20 minutes so that he doesn't do the same thing with Mr. Jones?
Do you have the same line of questioning for Mr. Jones?
I do not. It'll be a different line of questioning for Mr. Jones.
It just
No.
seems this was a little bit extreme today, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, I understand. Sometimes the extremities go in both directions. Sometimes they go in the applicant's favor. Sometimes they go in the intervener's favor. Usually never to the hearing examiner's favor.
And I didn't object. I just was trying to be fair.
Fair enough. This process admittedly has never been perfect. It's somewhat awkward. And it was just illustrated how it can become open-ended if I allow it. So I tried to rein it in to about 20 minutes. And but I don't think that well, I'm not going to make any predictions about how I'm going to react to further requests in the future, because I treat each one and I try to treat it individually. But if anybody's asking for a similar indulgence, it's not going to be granted just based off this one situation. And Mr. Dodd, you can see the position that you put me in now, having to potentially eat those words, which will not make me a happy camper.
And I hope that it was clear that I really was trying to be expedient with my questioning, and I apologize that it ran over.
Okay, let's move on then to where are we at? We're at 9:54. Ms. Lynch, you have 30 minutes with Mr. Barclay.
And I'll just need assistance in getting through all the questions. From Mr. Barclay.
It depends on the questions you ask.
I agree.
That's the art of
have
cross-examination. And I mean, I hear it a lot of the time. Just answer the question asked. Well, guess what the witness did? It was an open-ended question. and I've tried not to intercede when that annoying thing comes up. Well, just answer what I asked you. No, the witness didn't give you the answer that you wanted. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm talking about not your cross-examination in particular, but what I've experienced over time in this case and other cases. You know, the precision of the art of cross-examination is difficult to nail down, but you know, so it's up to the questions asked. So we'll go ahead and start the 30 minutes now. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Mr. Barclay, we're going to be looking at your direct testimony and your rebuttal testimony, so please make sure you have those available to you. And to begin with, I'd like you to turn to page 5 of your direct testimony, New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit 5. At page 5, you
Okay.
state that Lisbon provides a maintenance program for the LNG facility you helped design in Seminole, Texas, correct?
Let me just find. Facilities.
Do you have a line?
What line, please?
That would be 18 through 21.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Will Lisbon provide a similar maintenance program for the LNG facility being proposed here?
It'll be.
Yes or no?
No, it's a different facility.
Okay, thank you. Did Lisbon identify specific risks in the pre-FEED study that it conducted for this study? Yes or no?
Part of the design development process is to make sure you identify and manage all the risks associated with a gas processing facility or LNG facility. So absolutely, we've tried to identify all the risks associated with this facility so they can be managed and mitigated.
Okay, where are those risks identified?
The risks are the risks are embedded in all the risks that have been identified. So, for instance,
Okay, so there is not a list of risks.
No, it's well, I'll think
It's
about
throughout the report, the pre-FEED study.
Bullard's
Stop.
testimony.
Stop. Please do not step on the witness's answers.
Okay.
Go
I'm
ahead.
actually just trying to get through this quickly.
Yeah, with pre-FEED, you want to make key decisions, make sure that the site's suitable is one of those key decisions. Choose technologies, make sure it's the right size, right capacity. And so you're looking at all the risks relevant to that. Now, as you progress in greater levels of detail, you go through and more rigorously define and identify all those risks. You know from doing, or I know from doing lots of LNG facilities, that citing the two major risks that you're going to look at are the vapor dispersion and the thermal radiation. That's the radiative heat that can come from a fire in the LNG facility. And that's in Tom Bullard's testimony in one of his TCB3, I believe.
Okay. So a pre-FEED study is less detailed and less expensive than a FEED study, correct?
That is correct.
It is true that a FEED study will identify unidentified specificities, including risks, correct?
Could you restate that, please?
A FEED study will identify unidentified risks that are more specific than the FEED study will provide, correct?
As you're going down the design, refining the design, you get into more detailed analysis to make sure that the risks are all managed and defined. So in the end, you get to a vessel, and that vessel, if it overfills, maybe it damages a pump or something, and you'll make sure that that risk is well managed. But you start with the big ones. Is the site safe?
Okay.
Yeah.
And Liz,
is the CapEx estimate reasonable? Yes, the risk associated with that is reasonable.
Okay. Lisbon has not conducted the feed study for this facility yet, correct?
The feed competition between two EPCs is ongoing, and we're the owner's engineering rep on that, helping to manage it.
So the feed study has not been produced, correct?
It has not been completed.
Okay. The siting for this location is about a mile from the Petroglyph National Monument, correct?
I don't know the exact distance that can be measured, but it is close to. I don't know the exact distance.
Right, but
Certainly,
it's
they're both
about a mile.
del Norte.
Okay, we've stated the distance previously in former cross, and it's in direct testimony that Bullard provides.
Thank you.
Can you describe the lighting that will be used at the site? Will this lighting be used 24/7 or only at night?
The lighting will be provided to illuminate the working areas of the plant as needed. And it has not been defined yet. Lighting typically gets defined finally in EPC. So even after the feed, the requirements for lighting can be defined in feed.
Okay, at other LNG facilities, does the lighting, the exterior lighting, does it, do you know anything about how many lumens are present and for which hours during the night those exterior lights are used?
No, I don't have that information currently. Obviously, you have to work with, no.
Would you, in your experience, is light used throughout all the hours of the night?
Yeah, you illuminate working areas which are down low. And in this case, because you're near National Monument that's trying to protect their dark skies, you'll work with them like we're planning to with the tank paint to minimize the impact. But like the Amazon Fulfillment Center or the lighting for Double Eagle, there'll be an impact.
But at this time, you have no idea how many lumens will be used for that exterior lighting.
That has not been defined.
Okay. Do you know the level of decibels that will exist at all phases of the project, including the construction phase and during project completion?
No, that has not been defined.
Is it possible that there will be sound, at least I think in your direct testimony, you identify that there is sound associated with the operation, the continued operation of an LNG facility.
Where
Do you know the decibels for that? Exhibit 5.
What page and line?
Yeah. This begins on page 25, line 22, and goes through page 26, line 4.
Where we're talking about all the protective systems.
The noise, yeah. So a study will be conducted in a subsequent phase, correct?
25 on to 26.
25. Thank you.
Last bullet on 25.
Yes, that's correct. And during feed, the noise criteria being established by the contractors, and then you'll follow through to make sure all those functional requirements are satisfied by the operating plant in the end before you accept it.
Okay, and will the noise during the construction phase be louder than the noise intensity levels during the operational phase?
That has not been defined yet. We're in feed, so we're still
Okay,
defining that.
okay. You describe in your testimony, direct testimony, that the LNG facility will have a direct fired regeneration gas heater that uses fuel gas and emits some exhaust gases, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's direct fired in contrast to the one from Mr. Dodd's cross, where that was a salt bath, a different technology, but this is the analogous piece of equipment.
And does that exhaust include carbon dioxide emissions?
It does.
Would the exhaust also contain any PM 2.5?
I think that are you asking about the parts per million of carbon monoxide, or what's your question?
Particles, particle pollution of PM 2.5 is a common, you often have to seek permits for the PM 2.5 that will be emitted.
Yeah, there's 4 fired heaters or 4 things that combust gas on site. There's this regen gas heater. There's 3 glycol water heaters associated with the vaporization, and there's an essential generator. And then probably the buildings will have some gas too. They all have emissions of carbon dioxide, and all the typical combustion products. They'll be specified as low
Do you know the particle pollution it may emit?
Since we haven't specified, we haven't actually procured the feed. They're defining how big those are and starting to work towards choosing pieces of equipment. Once you complete that, then you can come up with a detailed estimate of the emissions to air and get it permitted as appropriate. If you're above a certain threshold.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Are you done?
Thanks, yeah.
Okay. The vaporizers used for the production of the LNG will produce carbon emissions, correct?
Yes, they're fired heaters as well, so they'll produce all the emissions of a fired heater, CO2,
okay,
NOx, CO, etc.
Okay. Let's see.
While she's looking, PM 2.5, is that defined somewhere in the record that I haven't seen yet? Just for the record, because as you know, Ms. Lynch, I'll probably have a glossary of acronyms at the beginning, and I just want to have somewhere where I can point to for PM 2.5.
I have CCAE has not defined it. I think
It's okay.
A common definition can be provided now.
Particle pollution and fine particulates, PM 2.5, and the 2.5 is subscript. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now I'd like you to turn to page 18 of your testimony, lines 9 through 14. There you describe that water glycol fluids will be used in the, let's see, what process will it be used in?
For the vaporization of the LNG. Yeah. In
Okay,
that
thank you for
sector.
your,
Yeah, for the
I'm
vaporization.
sorry, one at a time, please. Help me, Judge, if you can.
I've been trying, but I've already heard some words under one's breath, and I don't want to offend too much, but which
Mr.
I was
Examiner,
offended, which frankly I was offended by, Ms. Lynch, but I let it go. But that's why I've been allowing this. But now you can see what happens when I become too lax. I make Mr. Lee upset, and that's not a good thing. So please, this is not a
I
microaggression. This is not
no,
okay.
apologize. Yeah,
Mr. Examiner,
Yes, sir.
could I have 3 minutes to talk to my witness and maybe alleviate some of this problem?
Do you mind, Ms. Lynch?
no, not at all.
Okay, we're pausing for 3 minutes and we're on a 3-minute break. Okay. We're just taking 3 minutes.
We're back, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
All right, are we ready to proceed? Thank you for that break, Mr. Dome. Ms. Lynch,
You want
please
to-
proceed with.
Mr. Examiner,
Please
do you want to know what I said to him? It was
Go
just,
ahead.
it was just ask the question and then don't step on people, and that's, so I'm hoping to just expedite this discussion.
Yeah, it needs to go, both ways. And
Yes.
as I already said, I'm guilty of it as well. So I understand. But Ms. Lynch, please proceed with your cross-examination. I will restart the clock in a second.
Okay, thank you. I'm just nervous about getting through this in a timely manner, and I apologize if I'm working to move this along or I get
Yeah.
anxious.
That's
Okay,
fine. No need to
on-
apologize. I paused you. Just take your, just I know it's hard when you're on the clock. Trust me. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, could you turn to page 18 of your direct testimony, line 13? And there you described that a water glycol heater arrangement will be used,
Correct.
correct? Okay. Water glycol fluids consist of a solution of water, ethylene, or diethylene glycol, a high molecular weight polyglycol, and an additive package. You are aware that ethylene and diethylene glycol are carcinogens, correct?
I don't know the classification of those. We're using propylene glycol, which is like, it's an additive in food. So It's much safer.
Okay, so the definition provided or commonly provided for water glycol is different from the propylene glycol that you're using.
That's correct. Yeah, and it's a trend in the industry to go to propylene glycol because it's so much less toxic.
Correct. Okay, that's good to know. Does Lisbon know whether, oh, so that moots my next question. Can you please turn to page 12 of your direct testimony?
Yeah.
We're going to be looking at lines 8 through 20. There you describe that you chose the current site in Rio Rancho, which is 3,000 feet from Paseo del Norte over the Santa Fe Junction site, primarily because of size, correct?
Correct.
And you described that both properties offered good access to relevant transmission pipelines, road infrastructure, required limited site preparation, and other utilities. The Santa Fe Junction property is significantly smaller than the Quail Ranch property, but was considered because it might allow for a reduced cost facility due to synergies with existing operations on the site and reduced property acquisition costs.
Yeah,
How
it was
significant are the,
Finish
that
the
was
question.
a quote. So how significant are the reduced costs for the facility?
we completed the assessment. There are no reduced costs because to make that site work, it's too small. So you have to spend a lot of money. So we investigated it because of potential cost synergies. We found that they could not be realized. That makes the 160 acre Quail Ranch site is a very good site.
And what is the amount, the difference in the amounts for the property acquisition costs for the Santa Fe Junction site?
My understanding from the gas company, and you can follow this up with a witness Bullard as appropriate, was the site acquisition cost is $2 million.
That's the difference?
That's the cost of the site of the Quail Ranch site.
For the Santa Fe Junction site or for the Quail Ridge site? Do you know how much it would have cost to acquire the Santa Fe Junction site?
The gas company owns that site. That's already their facility there.
Okay. Now, each of the questions I'll be asking you refer to NE 22 or your rebuttal testimony at page 20. Starting at line 15 and going through 21. And on to page 21 from lines 1 through 5.
Is there?
Okay, great. For the calculation that you provide in this section, the estimated carbon dioxide production rate, what fuel is assumed to be used for liquefaction?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. The next question, does the company estimate the LNG plant would cause 4.7 and 176 metric tons of carbon dioxide per day for any level of gas liquefaction or vaporization? Sorry, liquefaction or vaporization.
I do remember the basis for the previous question. I'm sorry if I can go back quickly. That's the emissions from all the gas that's consumed during those operations. So the fuel is natural gas. So the 4.7 tons of CO2 for a day of liquefaction mode is the fuel gas associated with that.
Okay. Is that true for vaporization too?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So it would be 4.7 doubled?
Well, the plant's designed to switch between modes quickly and flexibly for your weather conditions. But it's either running at the moment in liquefaction mode or it's running in vaporization mode.
Okay. What level of daily liquefaction and vaporization is assumed in calculating those values for the daily CO2 emissions caused by the LNG plant?
The production rate in liquefaction mode was estimated based on 10,000 scuff per day of net liquid being produced to the LNG storage tank. And the vaporization mode, I don't recall if that was for 130,000 or if it was for 195,000. So I don't know if it was
Okay.
one of those two rates. Let me see if I can find it in my testimony. That was 130,000. So two
Okay.
vaporization trains running.
Okay. Referring to this statement, begin quote, using these figures, the total annual CO2 emissions will depend on the number of days of each operation per year, which will depend on operating conditions and needs and cannot be determined to a reasonable degree of probability at this time, end quote. What are some examples of operating conditions and needs that can impact the daily CO2 emission rates?
We're designing the facility to be flexible, to be able to run liquefy in the winter, send out in the winter. So the prevailing weather and the decisions by the gas company will determine how often they're running in each of the modes. So if you have a period where it's very cold and very warm and there's great opportunities to liquefy, it'll be different than kind of a very benign weather condition. There's just lots of hypotheticals, but it'll come down to weather and the gas company's decision.
Do you know the range of daily CO2 emissions that could be emitted?
We
You know,
provided
in the best case and then the worst case.
well, they're hypothetical. So what we've done is we provided the emissions for each day, and then it's pretty much just arithmetic. If you're running in liquefaction, then you put 10,000 scuff in a tank per day, and if you're running in vaporization mode, you take 130,000 standard cubic foot per day out of the tank. And they just have to balance, so you've got liquid in there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, are you saying scuff, SCUFF?
Yeah, apologies for that. That's a standard cubic foot per day. Yeah, standard cubic foot.
So what is SCUF or SCUFF?
Yeah, it's just We call it
Or
scalp.
SCF.
SCF,
SCF, yeah.
Thank you.
SCF.
All right, we have just 4 more questions. Does the amount of gas vaporization or liquefaction affect this calculation?
Because it's broken down by operating mode. The number of days that you're in that operating mode is what's important. So if you have a year with very mild weather and you don't vaporize, you also won't have to liquefy. So it'll be less and it'll come down to the day count. If you have another year with big swings in the weather, multiple cold weather events, it'll be much more active. But again, it will come down to the day count. How many days are you vaporizing? And then how many days do you need to liquefy to fill the tank back up?
Okay, so temperature impacts the calculation, correct?
The temperature, the weather conditions impacts how often you are using the facility for vaporization. Yes.
Okay. Does higher volumes of gas vaporization and liquefaction cause higher amounts of CO2 emissions?
Yes, again, it comes down to the number of days. More days operating, more days of vaporization means you have to liquefy more days, means more emissions.
Okay. Does lower or higher temperature cause higher CO2 emissions? And we could break that down into 2 questions. Does lower temperature cause higher CO2 emissions?
Objection asked and answered, I think.
Is that right, Ms. Lynch?
Um,
It's okay. Just go ahead and re-ask the question in a different way, please.
oh, okay. Would higher ambient temperature cause higher CO2 emissions?
The main factor is how many days you're running in each mode. There are secondary effects where you're talking about 5 or 10% differences. For instance, if it's a cold day and you're vaporizing, a very cold day, that would produce more CO2 emissions. On the other hand, if it's a cold day and you're trying to liquefy, then that makes the liquefaction process a little more efficient. So actually you produce maybe less emissions. So it comes down to the number of days you're operating in each mode primarily, but there are small secondary effects.
So would higher ambient temperature reduce the overall CO2 emissions at the plant? Than lower temperatures?
If you had a very mild winter, you will not need to vaporize as frequently if that is the decision made based on the gas company's needs. If you do not vaporize more, it will decrease the emissions because you're not using the plant.
So liquefaction only produces emissions when the company decides that more liquefying is needed? Or more gas will be supplied?
Yeah, you run the liquefaction when the gas is cost effective and there's space available in the tank, so that the LNG is ready to be turned back into gas and sent out when the gas prices are high, or the gas company's needs are high for that gas. And so
Okay.
if you don't run it, the emissions are lower.
Right, okay. Hearing examiner, thank you for the slight addition of time, and Mr. Barclay, thank you for navigating these questions with me.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Lynch. Apologies
Thank you,
for
Ms.
stepping on your toes.
Likewise.
And that was very nice, Mr. Barclay. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Lynch, for your cross-examination. Let's take our mid-morning break for 15 minutes. We'll be in recess. Come back right after 10:45 at around 10:46. Thank you.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, just off the record, I want to inquire to see if you got our 2 emails. We got you that one labeled exhibit, but there was actually the 2 additional ones that we're going to be talking about that I asked Ms. Nanasi to submit as well. I just want to make sure that you got them. Those hadn't been labeled either, and I greatly apologize.
I'm looking now. As you know, I was involved in this hearing, so I didn't have a chance to. Don't always
No,
have a chance to check. I just received it. I'll take care of it. It's 11 and 12 in an amended index. Is that right?
Yes, and number 13 was the one from earlier, and that one you should have that.
That one's in Dropbox already. Just check that to confirm, please.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Dodd. You're welcome. Okay. Again, we're in recess until around 10:46 or 10:47. All right, thank you. All right. Now, before we have the last cross-examination of Mr. Barclay, at the risk of being a bit didactic or didactic as I have a tendency to be, and so I try and refrain from, over-explaining things. Mr. Domi asked earlier if time could be shaved from another witness based on the granting of additional time that I granted Mr. Dodd. What I didn't explain at the time, and I didn't think it was necessary for me to explain, but I want to so that I can head off any further requests for additional time, is that we were afforded some unfortunate but nevertheless factual additional time because of Mr. Elliott's absence on behalf of the Attorney General. So that saved 30 minutes of cross-examination time with Mr. Yardley late in the day. So Mr. Dodd, in effect, you got 20 minutes of Mr. Elliott's time. So with that didactic explanation, and with hopes of heading off any further requests to expand time beyond that, to emphasize again, I didn't cut anybody's time going into the hearing, as you all know. So with that, Ms. Beatles, I have you down for what, 20 minutes with Mr. Barclay?
Yes,
Okay, please proceed.
thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Barclay.
Morning.
I was asking Mr. Bullard a question about how long it takes to convert from liquefaction to vaporization, and he deferred specifics to you. So I do have some questions about that. Let me start with, how long does it take to liquefy? Well, I understand it has a fill rate of 10,000 MCF or MMBTU per day. And I want to know how long it takes to liquefy that amount.
If the liquefaction unit is running at design capacity for a 24-hour day, it will put that much liquid net into the tank.
So what are you saying? It will take 24 hours?
Yes, to produce the 10,000 standard cubic foot per day of LNG in the tank, it will take that liquefaction unit running the full 24 hours.
Okay, and I have a similar question about the vaporization rate. I understand that it can vaporize, I believe you just testified 130,000 MMBTU per day, but I think that, the company has testified that it has enough potential capacity to supply 5 days continuous service, 5 days continuous load. Can you give me a little bit more specifics about that?
Yes, my testimony with the last cross was related to a scenario where the send out rate was based on 2 of the vaporization trains running at full capacity. So 130,000 scuff per standard cubic foot per day send out rate. It's designed for 195,000. So all the piping, all the equipment, the vaporization equipment, everything. If you want to send out at 195, you can send out at 195, and that's where the 5 days full tank, roughly 5 times 195, is just about a BCF of gas draining the entire tank. Yeah.
To drain the entire tank, would the facility need to operate continuously over those 5 days?
That is correct. Yep. If you sent out continuously at 195,000 for 5 days, you would essentially go from a full tank at the beginning of those 5 24-hour days to essentially there still be a heel of liquid, but not a useful one. You can't pump out any more than that. So there's a little bit in the bottom, but you have to keep the tank cold. So you would stop. That's about 5 days. Yes.
So to send out 195,000 MMBTU, the facility would need to operate continuously for 24 hours.
That's correct. To send out that much in a day, because it's a rate essentially. And so if you want to send out that full amount in a day, then you have to run for the full day.
And then how long does it take to convert from one mode to the other, from liquefaction to vaporization?
It really depends on the intention of the operators, the manning, the planning. So if the gas company is planning that, they just have to make sure they have the operators there to do that turnaround quickly. The cool down ramp up work, it will be done. So go from vaporization to liquefaction at full capacity in a shift is what we're planning, one shift.
And the shift is how many hours?
Well, you could do it in 8 hours. It would be tight. Realistically, they probably about 10 hours or something like that. But it's a very flexible system. And there are certainly plants that can do both, vaporize and liquefy, but it costs you a bit of money, and that's not the intent here. Just to be able to flip quickly for the New Mexico weather.
And when you say it's a flexible system, what do you mean?
I mean that you can go from vaporization, end that vaporization, and be then liquefying at full capacity a shift later, and that's flexible. It's not unusual, as I said, it's not unusual to be able to actually do both at the same time. There are plants that do that, but the norm is you have a couple of liquefaction seasons in a year, shoulder months usually. So you'll start it up, run for 3 months, fill the tank, and then you enter a very different time of year where they call vaporization season. That's when they're ready to vaporize, and that's all they're going to do during that period. So this was more flexible in that you can do both, and the plant's being designed to do both.
Okay, but again, they can't do it like contemporaneously. It has to be one or the other, although I understand the plant could be upgraded to be able to do that contemporaneously.
Yes, apologies, I misspoke there. Do both, I meant in the same day or a fast turnaround, same season. It cannot be done right now. It's not being designed to do both at the same time, simultaneously.
Okay, I'm going to move on to your testimony about the noise that this LNG facility will emit. And so that is covered by you on pages 25 to 26 of your direct testimony. I believe Counsel for CCAE asked you a few questions. I apologize if I repeat some of the points, but sometimes I'm so busy thinking about how I'm going to ask my questions that I don't fully hear what you're saying. So when you say it will emit some noise, can you quantify that?
They're at the moment, because they're in the feed design process, there's requirements being established. I cannot quantify how much noise, but for sure all industrial plants make noise, and this one will as well.
Mm-hmm. And in your experience, what is the range of decibel level of this type of plant?
I will have to, since I didn't put it in my testimony, I don't want to misspeak. We can, but they tend to be, so I can't answer that at this time.
Okay, I'm going to read you a statement from a manufacturer of insulation materials for LNG plants and ask you if you agree. And the statement is that LNG facilities have a wide range of inherently noisy equipment that includes air-cooled heat exchangers, piping systems, compressors, and pumps. Do you agree?
Well, first, can I ask you who the manufacturer is so I can understand what kind of LNG plant they're talking about?
A manufacturer of stone wool insulation material.
So this is a person saying the product they're selling is needed.
Yes, and so I understand that they may be incentivized to exaggerate, but so let me I'm just trying to explore, like, do LNG facilities contain noisy equipment, and what specifically creates that noise?
I do agree with aspects of that. They're talking about sound attenuation insulation. That's usually inside of compressor buildings where you're protecting the operator. There's sound and decibel levels where you don't want to be exposing your personnel to it. So you where the velocities in piping is high, for instance, it makes noise. You'll put on sound attenuation noise insulation as they're selling this vendor's selling, and that's most likely around, if there is any required in the plant, would be around the refrigerant compressor. Usually peak shaving plants, other than there, and only sometimes in the case of that, require any of that type of noise attenuation. You can put in, there's enclosures around equipment. You specify equipment to have reduced noise levels, because they're smaller than the terminal projects that where you widely apply that type of sound insulation, it's cheaper just to make the pipe a bit bigger than to insulate. But we do agree that noise is important.
So, and potentially there are two issues with noise. One is to the workers at the facility, and the other is to neighboring communities. So my next question is about neighboring communities. What is the reach of the noise generated by these facilities?
I'd have to get back to you on the specifics. Usually at the property boundary, there's a decibel level that's specified, and then you make sure that all the equipment satisfies that requirement. I don't have that number in the front of my mind, so I can't share it in my testimony today.
So are you saying that the contractor will specify that at the boundary, the noise can be no greater than, particular decibel level, and then you design the plant to meet that, fall within that limit? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, with the exception that it's the owner's team, the gas company and Lisbon Group in this case define the limits. Then the contractor is obligated to carry those through their design, and then ultimately we verify that they meet their commitments.
Mm-hmm. So we don't know what the reach beyond the property boundary is at this point in time. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not been incorporated into the design yet.
Can you say to a certainty today that the company, well, let me back up. If the local noise limits are 55 decibel daytime and 50 nighttime, can you say to a certainty today that the plant can be built so that no variance is needed?
I have to be a little, the plant will certainly comply with the local requirements. But I'm not prepared to answer that question today.
And so from a high level, because I found some news reports of communities that have complained about the noise generated by these facilities around the country. So what is the sound? Can you describe it? Like, what are the community members experiencing auditorially from these facilities? If they say they can hear it, what are they actually hearing? Is it a hum? Is it continuous? Does it depend on the mode of the plant?
The noise level would be different between refrigeration and liquefaction and vaporization, because there's different equipment operating, and there's different velocities through the piping, and so there would be some differences, and the noise will be similar to the compressor station a couple miles away, operated by the gas company at Santa Fe Junction. Witness Bullard provided a slightly different name for it yesterday, but he's referred to that. It'll be similar because it's piping, it's compressors, it's air coolers, and if there's specific requirements to be met, then the facility will meet them.
Do you know how you test for noise?
With the decibel meter, I believe.
And I also read about a top-down approach or a top-down noise control strategy. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not. I've been involved in some noise studies before, where you're checking decibel levels at different points, but the functional requirements and the design, the specific equipment selections, piping sizes, all these things are still in development in the feed.
And so what goes into controlling or suppressing the noise that the equipment with these facilities generates? I understand you said pipe size, insulation. Is there anything else that you can do?
Yeah, you can control. You can provide the acoustic insulation. You can put the louder equipment, which is being implemented inside of enclosures, inside of buildings. You can upsize piping. You can specify low noise control valves. There's a lot of choices that you make as you choose the instrumentation, the valving and the equipment to make sure that the noise is acceptable.
Can you do anything after the fact if this plant is like up and running and turns out that neighbors are saying that they hear a constant thumb, constant hum? Can you do anything after the fact?
You can, yeah, you can address it after the fact, but it's a lot easier to address it in design because you haven't spent the money yet. Remedial actions usually involve replacing or adding to that remobilization of contractors, things so the cost goes up, but yes, you can fix it after the fact.
And I may have asked you this, I apologize. In your experience, have other LNG facilities around the country have had to submit for a variance from local noise ordinances?
I don't know your reference. I'm not familiar with any, but it's possible.
Okay.
I would say make sure the reference is peak shavers, right? Because that's relevant to this, not terminals. Terminals are a very different animal, but it's certainly possible. I just don't know.
Which one's noisier?
Well, the terminals are, 300-400 times bigger, so they make a lot more noise. They may do a better job managing it. I don't know, but certainly they have much higher noise potential.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been to an industrial area, so I haven't been around one recently. Okay, I have like 45 seconds left, which is fine. But in your experience, I guess you're saying that you don't know whether other peak shaving LNG facilities have had to submit for a variance from local decibel requirements.
That's correct. I do not know about other peak shaving facilities noise issues.
Okay, that's all. Thank you very much, Mr. Barclay, and thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Let's see. Do we have any commissioners on this morning? I don't, but we don't. I know they're watching in, but they may not be in attendance on Zoom. So I'm just going to go ahead and ask my questions. I've been in communications with them. I know that they're viewing the hearing, but they are obviously busy with the other matters as well. So, Mr. Barclay, please turn to page 5 of your direct. And while you're doing that, I'm going to ask you, were you monitoring the hearing or listening in when I was asking Mr. Reed some questions last night?
Yes, I was.
That Seminole startup merchant LNG facility near Seminole, Texas in 2020. Could you describe that facility? That's a peak shaver?
It's a merchant plant with no storage. This is small scale. It's a small scale mixed refrigerant plant.
Okay.
It's
Merchant plants with storage. Are you familiar with and have you worked on any of those types of facilities?
There are a very few merchant plants with the type of storage. The only two I can think of are, as witness Reed mentioned, are in Indianapolis, and that's a kind of a unique setup in that it was the utility is a co-op, and they divested two peak shaving plants because the dynamics of their pipelines changed, and so those are run as merchant plants right around Indianapolis. But other than that, there are some on interstates where the different utilities will buy capacity in the tanks, and they're FERC regulated, and they're run a little bit differently, but they're not merchant because they needed all the contracts to arrange finance for the project. So merchant plants, I've dealt with a number of them. The largest storage is on the order that I'm familiar with in a merchant plant is probably a million gallons out at Clean Energy Boron's plant, but that's dedicated.
Clean energy, what plant?
Clean Energy, Boron, BORON. And that was built for the vehicle market. As LNG is a vehicle, 20 years ago or so. So quite
Okay.
different, not a storage facility.
But in terms of peak shavers, Mr. Reed indicated that he thought his estimate, if memory serves, was approximately 90% of those facilities would probably be utility owned. Is that what he said? Subject to check?
Yes, I believe he said 90% subject to check, and I guess if there's but my PEMS is well, and I think it's a little higher than that, more like 95 based on my knowledge, but it's high. It's exceptional, and I don't know of any storage facilities, peak shaving storage facilities being built with the merchant model.
The FERC regulated on the interstates, the interstate pipelines. Are those FERC regulated utilities, or are those FERC regulated transmission companies that provide capacity to utilities?
They're gas. They're
Gas transportation.
gas transportation, and so for instance, the Plymouth plant is operated by
Williams.
Avista, Puget Sound Energy, and other utilities by capacity.
And I'm thinking of companies like Williams and Kinder Morgan, more that would own the few peak shaving facilities that might not be, utility, quote unquote, utility owned and operated. Does that jibe with your understanding?
That jives with my understanding that there are a few that are owned on interstate systems where it's strategic, but to get those over the line, if you're Kinder Morgan or you're Williams or you're an MLP, you need those contracts to raise the finance to build the plant. But it's not a merchant model according to Mr. Reed's testimony, which I agree with.
How that Plymouth facility where the explosion happened in 2014, you seem to indicate that it's back in operation. Is it still owned by Williams?
It's operated by Williams. I'm not sure the ownership structure.
So it's still operated by Williams, apparently. How long after the explosion did it take to fix and get the site back up and running? Do you know?
I do. It was just a little under 2 years to do all the investigation, the repairs, and they took the opportunity to upgrade a number of systems that.
So when before the plant was operational again, presumably it had to go through numerous inspections, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
And
yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, numerous inspections. There was multiple third parties doing everything from maintaining custody of all the evidence, all the damaged equipment, to evaluating why this carbon steel vessel failed in a brittle fashion, to evaluating the blasts, checking the structural integrity of the tank. Lots and lots of, there's probably about 6 parties involved, generating reports and preparing to bring that plant back into service in a safe fashion.
And when it was brought back into service, was it still grandfathered under 49 CFR 193 from all the requirements, or did it need to meet the requirements since it was first put in operation some 50 years earlier? Do you know?
Yes, some grandfathering. It's not possible to retroactively fix. Their operating and maintenance programs, their controls, they upgraded their control system, they upgraded their pretreatment, got rid of that type of heater and went with one that distributed heat better to the gas. So they made a lot of improvements to become, and this is not unusual for other grandfathered peak shaving facilities to upgrade their systems. The incident's exceptionally uncommon or unique, but the periodic upgrades not uncommon, and they certainly took the opportunity to make many.
So I personally, as a regulator, I would have ensured that once, in order for that plant to come back into service, it should be fully compliant with the updated 49 CFR 193. Is that the case? Or was it still grandfathered in some respects, that plant?
It is, some respects of that plant are still grandfathered. And the toughest ones to meet are associated with siting, where you have to demonstrate half the lower flammability limit at your property boundary for all the full range of credible scenarios for releases. In other words, you can't get a flammable mixture crossing off your property boundary, and radiation intensity levels that don't pose undue hazard to the public. Once you've sited a facility like that one, and you haven't complied with those regulations, then it's very difficult to fix that.
Okay. But the part of the plant that required rebuilding and repairs, was that compelled to be compliant with 49 CFR 193?
Yes, the way that the 193 and FEMSA administrates that is that if it's a like-in-kind replacement, not subject to a major failure like this, then you can retain your grandfathered status. If you start to modify the plant, which they did, then none of those modifications are grandfathered, and you have to comply with all the current codes and regulations.
It just occurred to me, though, that this discussion that we're having is really a moot point with respect to the proposed facility, because it has to be fully compliant with 49 CFR 193. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
You talked about location. Mr. Dome, I was looking for a map that kind of showed the location in relation to Paseo del Norte and Atrisco Vista Boulevard, ATRISCO Vista, VISTA Boulevard. Do you remember off the top of your head if you have a map like that shows that, and also the Atrisco solar facility that's being built near there?
Mr. Alexander, off the top of my head, I do not recall that, but we will look, and if we do not have one, we'll get one and make it and put it in a bench request. The one map I do recall is TCB2, but that's not to the scale I think that you're asking for. So yeah, we could scale that down significantly.
Yeah, please do, because and on that map, presumably you are aware there's there's a large solar and battery energy storage facility being built nearby. Are you aware of that, Mr. Dome?
Yes, I am. And Mr. Hearing, I've just been referred to in TCB 3 or 4, in TCB 3 at page 20. Well, it's the page right after 27 of 20. Well, how do I find that page?
Page 199.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Page 199 of 217.
199. Okay.
199 of 217. And actually even page 1, yeah, but 199, 197, 199. There are some maps showing the facility, the roads, and the solar plant is to the bottom of that page. 199 of 217.
Solar power project. to the
To the west.
west. It
Jimmy Butler.
shows, this doesn't label Paseo del Norte and Atrisco Vista. But it does, okay, we can work with this. But if you have any that are more reader friendly,
Yes.
I'd appreciate it.
Is that a bench request, Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Good, then
For
I can.
That, so do you have that map up, Mr. Barclay?
Yes, I do.
And what we're talking about is NMGC Exhibit TCB-3, page 199 of 217. And that solar project, which is the Atrisco Solar Project, which was approved by the commission in case 21-00215-UT, if memory serves, subject to accuracy if I have the wrong docket number. That's a pretty large facility, according to Trisco itself, Enlight, ENLIGHT. It's going to be one of the larger combined solar PV and battery energy storage projects in the United States. So, and it looks like it's adjacent on tract 2B, which the project out there, this project is going to be on track 2C. Is that right? According to the map, Mr. Barclay?
Yes, that's correct.
And on the adjacent tract 2B, Commission has already approved a rather large storage and solar facility, right? Are you familiar with battery energy storage technology at all?
Yes, I am. I have some familiarity with it.
What is the substance of that familiarity, Mr. Barclay?
I did I guess in grad school I was in a batteries and fuel cell
Okay.
group, and so some of it's academic, and then I have a general interest in battery storage.
So does the explosion in Arizona at an APS operated site in 2019 ring a bell? No. How about Moss Landing in 2022? The explosion there, at fire at a Tesla facility in Moss Landing. Do you know where?
Yeah, I've heard of that one, but I don't know the particulars of either of those events.
Fair enough, but subject to check, the 2022 Moss Landing fire caused a shelter in place for all of the residents around in the Moss Landing community. Are you familiar with that shelter in place or the closure of Highway 1 during that fire?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. But would it surprise you that, well, you tell me, how dangerous is a fire at a battery storage facility of the magnitude of a large storage facility, utility scale storage facility?
Oh, well, I think that would be something that would be looked at. We haven't specifically looked at it for this. The plot is, our perspective, the plot is more than adequate for this facility. But the risks from an adjacent utility scale battery facility, we have not explicitly analyzed.
But you see that there's a different type of storage facility that has already been approved and sited apparently is already is under construction. So you may misunderstand. I'm not necessarily trying to make, although it's a fair inquiry, but I'm not necessarily trying to make gas companies' case that much harder. I'm just pointing out that there are other energy storage and renewable technologies out there that also have hazardous characteristics, if you will, if you follow me.
I understand.
And sometimes the interveners in a particular case might oppose one type of technology for one type of reason, but they may not have opposed the Atrisco solar or any battery energy storage, to my knowledge. You know, that's a technology that may want to be promoted, whereas for other reasons, for different reasons, this energy storage technology may be opposed. Do you follow the irony there?
I understand your line there of thought, the irony. Yes.
Because, but so getting back to, do you feel more free based on your experience at Penn State and at other schools, opining on the hazards of battery fires now?
Well, I think that anywhere that you're storing energy or generating significant energy, utility scale, there's going to be hazards, and I think that I'm excited to see battery storage and solar and wind coming on. Storage is a key aspect of that. And certainly the lithium ion battery storage is potential to have big fires and big incidents.
Fires that are hard to put out.
And are subject to escalation. So we're storing a lot of energy as well. Right next to that, I would want to understand more, as you're asking. My first thought is to say, okay, how do I make sure I safeguard the LNG facility and the personnel at that plant from hazards there? But yeah, I think I understand that if you're storing energy, I mean, historically, hydroelectric is by far, although I like it, it's great for recreation and it's very green and in terms of the carbon footprint of the power. But historically, it's by far the most dangerous.
Well,
such a tremendous amount of energy stored.
In fairness, has maybe the FEED project will address this in further analyses, but has there been any analysis of the potential for a triggering effect, or say an undesirable explosion at the LNG facility, potentially triggering an adjacent problem with battery storage nearby? Or because you can't tell from the map, right? How this map just shows solar power project. So has there been any consideration of the Atrisco project and relate the safety? You know, has there been any consideration of that given the adjacency of the Atrisco project?
To date, there's been no consideration. I'd like to identify that in what's called a hazard study and make sure that those risks or potential risks are first understood and then can be mitigated. And that mitigation could be anything from active fire water to just a communication plan with an adjacent facility.
Now that the issue has been raised, and I'm sure that that the company has already thought about it, but they haven't. Now that the issue is raised, I'm hopeful that there will be consideration, assuming that the project is approved by the commission, and that's no certainty at this point, obviously. But if let me put it in the subjunctive, if the project were approved, the LNG, the proposed LNG facility, the impacts of that on the battery energy storage project at Atrisco, however remote it might be, and hopefully it's really remote from this project, must be considered, mustn't it?
Yes, yep, and that's actually a requirement of PEMSA to consider all the relevant hazards. So, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. And you answered it. Mr. Tomei, any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, a few.
Please go ahead.
I have 10 minutes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barkley, there was some, I'm gonna go backwards. That's how my mind works. There was some discussion about the noise at this facility and so forth. My understanding, do you know whether Rio Rancho has approved this facility?
I understand that they have.
And in those approval processes, were you aware of any concerns they raised about the noise of this facility?
I'm not aware.
Mr. Dowd, in his examination, indicated that, or asked you if you were aware that there were 20 or 20 plus incidents at LNG facilities over the last period of time, and he wasn't specific as to that period of time. And you said, yes, you were. How many of those 20 or 23, whatever it was, were at peak shaving facilities?
Well, we've done it, and the industry really does an amazing job of keeping track of all the incidents, learning from all the incidents, big and small. But relevant for the peak shaving incident, by far this Plymouth one that we were looking at this morning is the worst. And there's been other incidents, for sure, as there is in all processing facilities, but they tend to be leaks. I'm sure there's been some small motor fires, all the usual stuff that you'll get at any gas plant or at any power plant industrial facility.
So to your knowledge, the one at Plymouth is the only one involving, of those significant events involving peak shavers. Is that correct?
Of significant events, I believe so, yeah.
So the other ones involve what kind of plants?
Well, there's smaller plants that are not regulated, smaller plants and facilities. The one that one of the crosses mentioned in Cameron, Louisiana. That was a temporary facility, not 193 regulated, set up for some backup power following a hurricane. And it's not relevant. It's not under the same regime as us. And most of them, and the ones that get a heck of a lot of attention, and rightly so, because they are among the biggest facilities in the world, are these terminals, these baseload projects.
Right. And your testimony that's in this case talks a lot about the difference between LNGs and peak shavers. I don't want to go into all those differences, but of all those, of the 20 that you were referring to, the only one that involved the peak shaver was the Plymouth one. Is that correct?
I believe so, in the modern era.
Right. And as the hearing examiner pointed out, Plymouth has been studied extensively.
Yes.
And so I want to ask you, if you can summarize, what did the industry learn from Plymouth that you took into account as you designed this plant?
Yeah, there's lots of differences. Obviously, the facility was old and predates the CFR as is known and enforced today. I think the most relevant difference is the way you site the plant. Our plot's much bigger than their plot. Our plot has to comply with CFR 193, 2057 and 2059 that mandate the siting of LNG facilities with respect to thermal radiation exclusion zones and vapor dispersion exclusion zones to protect the public. A huge item is the top penetrations of the tank. The fact that we run our piping up to the top of the tank and drop the LNG in is really important, because if you damage something there, like what they experienced was they sheared off a 1/2-inch valve. The control system shuts the valves, the flow stops. And that makes it much safer. The type of heater that was used, the salt bath heater, we're not using. The control systems, hazard detection systems, safety instrumented systems are all completely different compared to what they were. That's one of the upgrades that the Plymouth facility did after the fact, along with the heater. And most importantly, I suppose directly for that incident, was that the root cause was incomplete purging. They had this procedure of purging with air, compressed air, so that the entire time you're purging, you actually are working through flammable mixtures. The law was changed for the CFR in January of the following year to modify that practice. And then that's carried through into mandatory operating procedures. And I know from experiences on the audit checklist, they'll check, do you have a procedure for purging out of service? Yes, we do. Can you show me a record? And all that.
I'm sorry, do you have a procedure for purging out?
Thank you. The PEMSA auditors will check that you have good procedures for purging operations in compliance with the current regulation.
So as I understand what you said, there are significant changes to the siting from Plymouth to this facility, significant changes to the engineering design, the processes that are actually procedures that go into operating the plant. Is that it, kind of in a nutshell?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do you think that what happened at Plymouth is possible at this plant?
With those modifications, it's not possible to have that same event here.
And the hearing examiner talked a little bit about this, and that is that Plymouth was grandfathered in. Will this plant be grandfathered in any way?
No, this plant will comply with all the current regulations.
And do those current regulations, in your opinion, make this plant safe?
Yes, they do.
You were asked a question about the safety plan that you put together for the Seminole plant. And I think your answer, it confused me. You were asked, well, this was from Miss Lynch. Would that plan be used? And you said, no, this is a different plan. I want you to clear up, what did you mean by that? When you said, no, this is a different plan. Will there be a safety plan for this plant?
Yeah, apologies for not answering that well. There will definitely be an operating program, a maintenance program, a safety program, and a security program for this plant. And those programs define everything from operator training, training records, procedures, maintenance, documentation of maintenance, and security as well, of course. So,
and those plans will be designed with Lisbon and NRGC working together with the contractor, specifically for this plant. Is that correct?
yeah, and it'll be bespoke, specific for this plant, and they're extensive. And so you need a lot of information. You develop them as the thing's being built. And the EPCs are great at building stuff. They're not great at rolling out operating programs like this. And so yeah, absolutely.
What plans does Lisbon have with regard to creating procedures for operating this facility?
As mandated and as good practice, you need operating procedures for all your operations. So normal operations, startup operations, operations during vaporization. There'll be purging procedures. There's procedures for conducting the maintenance in a safe fashion. For instance, recertifying relief valves and conducting annual surveys of the tank foundation, all the things you have to do, visual inspection of all the pipe supports annually, all that then gets documented. So, and all that's written up into a big program before you bring the plant into operations.
On page, I think it was Attorney Lynch was asking you about the CO2 level emitted by this plant, and you admitted that the plant will, in various operations, emit CO2, correct?
Correct.
And there were a lot of numbers thrown around about that. Can you give me some idea? Let's take liquefaction, for instance. The numbers that were thrown around and that are contained in your testimony on that page, what does that equate to? Something that a common person would keep in mind. What does that equate to? Those levels.
The level for liquefaction, I think, is on the order of flying a 737 one passenger for 19 hours. 737-400 as a single passenger.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Well, I get a day in vaporization where you're spending quite a lot of fuel gas to turn that liquid back into gas. That per day that you vaporize at 130,000 scuff per day rate, that's the equivalent CO2 of an 80% full 737-400 flying from Albuquerque to Houston, just to make it more tangible. I mean, you start talking about tons, it sounds like a lot, and carbon emissions are important, but
So
that's what it's equivalent to.
one jet from here to Houston is what you have in mind.
To send out 130,000 scuff of gas in a day.
For a day.
Mhm.
What's a 737-400? Is that a Boeing M9 or M8?
That's the reference that I've come across where a study was done.
But that's the Boeing you're referring to.
Boeing, absolutely, yeah. Boeing 737-400.
Okay.
That's all I have. My time is up, Mr. Examiner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dome. I'm going to so hang on everybody for a second. I'm not done yet with Mr. Barclay. I'm going to put on screen that I should have put that map on screen. So I'm going to do that now. Do you see the map, Mr. Barclay?
Yes, I do.
You see this dispersion exclusion zone? I'm scrolling around.
Yes.
What does that signify? That dispersion of what? Or exclusion zone?
Yeah.
What is it? Is it for particulates or shrapnel or what?
In siting an LNG facility, you're required to consider two exclusion zones. One is called vapor dispersion, and that's natural gas vapor dispersion from any and all spills that are feasible in the LNG plant. And then the second one you do is radiation, which is I believe the previous page. And there you have to keep a certain radiation intensity level, or maybe 2 pages, a certain radiation intensity level within your plot. That's how that's how PEMSA and the CFRs and 59A determine that the site is adequately sized. Those are looking at worst case scenarios.
Okay.
And for clarity, if I may just add, apologies, that thermal radiation. So we're talking about heat, like you feel from the sun or a fire, just for clarity.
Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna put together that bid request that you've asked for. But I want, and you may have some questions about this, so I wanted to bring this to your attention. If you could pull that map back up, sir, that would
Sure.
be helpful.
Yes, of course.
So, and it's not on this map, but it will be on the map that we.
Oops. Sorry.
So
It's not on.
Yeah, it's not on this map, but it will be on the map that we provide you. So you see our facility here, and then you see the P&M solar power project. That's depicted on this map. The Atrisco battery storage facility that you're talking about is off of this map. It's a different facility. And it is further to the left or further to the west of the P&M solar farm. So
This is a P&M solar farm?
yes, this is a P&M solar farm that's depicted on this map. And then there's that Atrisco battery storage facility, which is much further to the west of the P&M solar farm. So there's actually two, there's a solar farm that's depicted here, and then there's an Atrisco solar battery facility that is further off this, and we'll put that on the map that you'll get from us, and you'll see where it is.
Okay, my apologies for assuming that was the Atrisco facility.
That's a P&M solar farm that I don't know what stage of development it is in.
But we need to find out, does that project have battery storage as well?
Yeah, your admonition that we should consider, and then that Mr. Barkley indicated, all those will be taken into account, but just to clarify that for your information.
Okay, thank you. But just to clarify as well, that solar power project, please identify that. I can find it out relatively quickly, but please identify more specifically that particular power project shown on this map
Yes.
so we can determine whether it has battery storage as well or not. Probably not, but maybe. Well, we don't know yet. And then also in that map or a series of maps, please show where Atrisco is in relation to this proposed project. And I believe it's bench request 4, is that right?
Yes, that's what I understand.
Okay, great.
You're talking about Atrisco Boulevard as opposed to the Atrisco you want Atrisco?
No. I want the facility, the proposed, the facility apparently under construction. If the InLight website is accurate, the pictures on there of the in progress Atrisco battery and solar facility project there. Somewhere in that area.
Yes.
And thank you for that clarification. Mr. Bullard, I don't believe there's anything else at this time. Truly appreciate your testimony in this case. You are excused, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Dome, we have Mr. Jones up next. Do you think there's time to squeeze him in before lunch?
We can get him started. Yes, sir.
Let's do that. Let's take 5 to get Mr. Jones on. And there's only one cross-examination requested of Mr. Jones. That's 20 minutes with New Energy Economy. So I'd like to get Mr. Jones on before lunch. But let's take 5 now as we do the crossover. Thank you. Not sure if it's been 5 minutes yet. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It
I,
has been, Judge.
All right. So we're just waiting on Mr. Dodd or Ms. Nanazi for New Energy Economy, who, there we are.
I just didn't have my camera on. Sorry about that.
No, I figured. That's fine. No worries. So let's go back on the record with the examination of gas company witness Edward Jones. Mr. Dome, would you please call your next witness?
Yes, we call Mr. Edward Jones. And he is present. Mr. Jones, I've placed in front of you.
Wait, we need
Just a
to
moment,
wait.
please, Mr. Dome. Mr.
That's all
Jones,
right.
would you raise your right hand?
Yes.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I was hoping this would not be sworn, Mr. Hearing Examiner, but you caught me on that. Mr. Jones, I've placed in front of you exhibit number 7. Do you have that?
Yes,
What is that?
it's my direct testimony.
And was that prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
If I asked you those questions verbally today, would you give me the same answers?
Yes, I would.
I placed in front of you exhibit number NNGC, exhibit number 8. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's my rebuttal testimony dated November 13th, 2023.
Was that prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
If I asked you those questions today verbally, would you give me the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of NNGC exhibits number 7 and number 8.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, NMGC exhibits 7 and 8 are admitted.
And with that, I'll tender the witness for cross-examination, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dodd?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. As a preliminary matter, I have inquired of WRA and Ms. Beatles, and she has stated that she's willing to yield me 15 minutes of her time for Mr. Wilkoff for my use during this cross-examination. I just wanted to address that up front and bring it to your attention. I just don't want to run into an issue like we did earlier with the prior witness.
Are you proposing how long with Mr. Jones now?
It's 35 minutes. And I'm prepared to go forward right now and really try and push through it, and I'll do it as quickly as I can.
35, and then that leaves WRA with 30 minutes, is that right?
That's my understanding.
All right, I've done that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dodd.
You have a long history of working with LNG facilities, correct?
Yes,
You have extensive knowledge of the engineering principles involved in the construction and operation of LNG facilities.
yeah, significant, yes.
You have significant knowledge of the regulations and industry standards relating to LNG facilities, right?
Many of the standards and definitely the technology utilized in engineering.
And you have reviewed the materials in this case?
Which materials?
The gas company's materials in their application.
Yes, I've reviewed the testimony of Mr. Bullard and Mr. Barclay.
As well as all of the technical documents that were submitted along with the application, is that right?
Yes, I've reviewed the pre-feed for the facility, yes.
And the purpose of your testimony in this case was to provide third-party review and analysis of the proposed New Mexico Gas Company LNG facility, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Your testimony discussed many regulations that govern the construction and operation of LNG facilities.
Quite a number, yes, that's correct.
I'd first like to talk to you about just some of the regulations that apply to such facilities. Specifically, I want to talk about the regulations and requirements that deal with seismology and earthquakes. Okay?
Okay.
You are familiar with the issues involved in placing LNG facilities in seismologically active areas, correct?
I'm familiar with seismic areas, and I'm familiar with some of the features of it. I'm not a structural engineer or geologist.
Okay, but you've actually worked on some seismic issues relating to LNG facilities and gas facilities, correct?
I've worked on projects where we've considered those aspects of the design, yes.
Okay. Specifically, you've worked on an LNG facility involving stress analysis involving seismic loads.
For piping systems especially, yes.
And Title 18, Section 380.12 of the Code of Federal Regulations addresses the environmental reports required for Natural Gas Act applications, correct?
I'm not
Mr.
familiar.
Examiner, can we see a copy of that, please?
Do you have a copy of it, Mr. Dodd?
I can work on pulling one up, Mr. Hearing Examiner. It'll just be me pulling it off the internet, however.
Why don't you just go ahead and do your cross and I'll do that for you.
Okay, great. In particular, subsection H5 of that section states that any application for an, quote, LNG facility located in zones 2, 3, or 4 of the Uniform Building Code's seismic risk map, or where there is potential for surface faulting or liquefaction, close quote, and must include, open quote, a report on earthquake hazards and engineering in conformance with data requirements for the seismic review of LNG facilities, NBSIR 84-2833. Subject to check, would you agree that that's an accurate statement of this regulation?
Objection. Mr. Hearing Examiner, this regulation was not identified in preparation for this cross, and he has not had a chance yet to review it. So subject to check is not appropriate in this situation.
Fair enough. I'm pulling up that regulation now. You're talking, Mr. Dodd, about 380.12 environmental reports for natural gas applications?
That's correct. In particular, subsection H5.
All right, I'm getting there. I'm at the ecfr.gov website.
H5.
Geological resources. Yes.
And it should address, it should discuss seismic requirements and seismic review.
I'm just going to put it on screen, and if I don't have the right provision, just please let me know. And let's let the witness review it. This is from the ECFR website. Title 18, Chapter 1, Subchapter W, Part 380 of the, I believe it's the CFR.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, just to speed things along. Do you see is it on screen?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right. Ms. Jones, can you see that?
Yes, I'm reviewing it now.
Okay.
I assume we're just reviewing section H.
Mr. Dodd?
Yeah, it just looks like we don't seem to be on the right section.
No, it doesn't deal with seismic
Yeah,
issues. Let me search. Let's see
I'm
if I
sorry,
can
Mr.
search.
Hearing Examiner.
Well, there's high seismicity areas under H2.
Okay,
You see that described by milepost, existing and potential geological hazards in areas of non-routine geotechnical concern, such as high seismicity areas, active faults, and areas susceptible to soil liquefaction. Semicolon. Is that what you were focusing
yeah,
on?
I guess it doesn't look quite the same from what I had seen within subsection H, but I'll proceed with that. That'll be fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Do you see that section there that talks about seismic or high seismicity areas, active faults, and areas susceptible to soil liquefaction?
Objection. What are you referring to, Mr. Dow? I don't see the section. Can you point him to the area that you're talking about?
I can't point to it. It's not mine, but it's subsection H2 right in front of us.
What I just read.
And the question is, could you repeat the question, please?
So do you see that subsection H2 of this regulation that requires describing high seismicity areas, active faults, and areas susceptible to soil liquefaction? Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see the part at the end of that that requires the discussion of hazards posed to the facility from each one of these things?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We can take that down. Now,
I was looking at some of the other seismic in that this is a large, there's geotechnical information as well, but you know, that's up to, I'm all I can tell you is I'm in the ECFR website, the National Archives. This isn't some summary by Cornell Law School or some other site that you might go to. So that's the best I can do for you.
sure. No, and Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm aware that there was a recent amendment to this regulation, and it may have changed around the ordering of things. I think it went into effect, I want to say on December 29th. That came to my attention last night. And so it could have moved things around, but I can proceed with what we've got there.
Okay, because you see what I have on.
Oh, there we go. That's helpful. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. And so
This is a different section, correct?
that's
Correct.
correct. And
Go ahead and just ask your questions and I'll get the citation for you, because again, I'm trying to move this along.
Thank you. Do you see this section that talks extensively about conducting a lot of study regarding seismic design and hazards analysis?
Yes, I do.
And it looks like there is substantial regulation relating to placing LNG facilities within seismically active areas. Would you agree?
There are a lot of requirements or criteria for placing one there. Yes, I'll agree to that.
Okay. All right. And you have reviewed the proposed site for the LNG facility, correct?
Yes,
And you are aware that given the proposed location of the LNG facility, it is within 10 miles of 51 public schools. It is near the Double Eagle 2 airport. It is adjacent to a solar farm that may include a battery array. It is near an electric battery facility. And it's approximately 3,000 feet west of the Paseo del Norte Boulevard Northeast, correct?
I knew most of that but generally, yes, I'm aware it's near in the vicinity of several schools, yes.
Okay. And subject to check, would you agree with the statement that I just set forth that it's near all of those things?
In general, yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you. All right. The site is in Rio Rancho near the western boundary of Albuquerque, correct?
Yes, it's on the western side of Albuquerque. I'm aware of that. I'm not very familiar with the geography, but I'm aware it's on the west side of Albuquerque.
Okay. And I'd like you to pull up New Energy Economy Exhibit 10, if you would, please. This is a paper that Rio Rancho has posted on its website that discusses its history, physical environment, and local government. Could you turn to the fourth page of that document, please? It's marked as page 84 at the bottom of the page. And on there should be a section header that says physical environment.
Yes, I'm there.
Great.
Do you need the share screen?
We have the
Any
exhibit.
longer?
I think he has the exhibit up. Oh, no, we don't need to share screen anymore. Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, well, it was subsection, it was 318.12, subsection O, which is resource report 1313 dash engineering, design and material. And it's under subsection 15 of that subsection O.
Thank you.
Under, and then it goes on for further subsection. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you see the section labeled geology on that page of New Energy Economy Exhibit 10? Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Is going to be covered in this cross-examination. We've not had a chance to review any of that material in preparation.
Understood.
So I object to the whole line of questioning and move them to be stricken, frankly.
I'm sorry, the audio cut out for me for a moment. It just picked back up with Mr. Dome speaking.
Well, as to 318.12, that should have been, that was not cited, but what are you talking about now? Something that's in Dropbox, right? That they would have had notice of. Mr. Dodd?
That is correct. It's New Energy Economy Exhibit 10.
And you're objecting to Exhibit 10?
No,
Mr.
I'm
Dome,
not.
or
I'm not sure. I thought I thought you were just saying that what you were looking at was section 318.12, whereas Mr. Dodd was referring initially in his examination to 380.12. Maybe I just misheard, but it sounded like there were two different sections being referred to in the prior area. I don't have a problem with NEE Exhibit 10. It's the prior citation.
what was the prior citation, Mr. Dodd?
The one that I have for the Natural Gas Act application requirements is Title 18 CFR Section 380.12.
And thus my confusion.
There was no advance notice of that, though, Mr. Dodd.
Of that regulation?
In your cross-examination, what you were citing to, I was looking for something else. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I think the section that you found, Mr. Hearing Examiner, is the correct section. Maybe I misread the section number and noted it down wrong, but I think we found the appropriate section.
Apparently so, but still there was no notice for the witness. And so that line of cross-examination, which frankly, I was so focused on this that I didn't see what the witness said about it, but I'm inclined to sustain the objection unless you persuade me otherwise.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this witness discussed in his testimony many of the regulations that govern the construction and operation of LNG facilities. He said that prior to me going into that area with him. And so I thought that it was fair game for me to then go into some of the regulations that deal with the construction of LNG facilities. He, in his curriculum vitae, which is NMGC Exhibit 7, and it's at PDF page 26 of that document. He indicates that he's worked on seismic loads and that kind of things with regards to an LNG facility. And on pages 30 and 31, he's also talked about working with seismic forces and the such.
And yet you cited, I found what I think is, it's part 380 of, it's not section 380, it's part 380, but it's actually, well, 380.12 is what we were talking about. But nevertheless, I agree that this witness has not had enough appropriate time to review what was cited, and so that objection is sustained. Let's move on.
All right. Mr. Jones, you are aware that there are significant regulations dealing with the construction of LNG facilities within seismically active areas, correct?
The most codes require you to take into consideration the condition of the area, which includes the soil, the geology, et cetera, of that area, yes.
And you are aware that federal regulations require study of seismic activity at all locations where LNG facilities are going to be placed, correct?
The regulations require that the seismicity of the area be considered when you're siting the plant.
Okay. And that means you've got to actually investigate the seismicity of the area, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'd like you to look back now to New Energy Economy Exhibit 10. And I'd like you to follow along as I read aloud from the section labeled Geology, okay?
Which page are we on?
The same page as before. It's the 4th page, but it's labeled page 84 at the bottom of that page. You there?
Okay, yes, I'm there.
All right. And so I'm gonna read from that section labeled Geology. I want you to follow along with me, okay?
All right.
Rio Rancho is located in the Albuquerque Basin of the Basin and Range Province, within a geological feature known as the Rio Grande Rift. Now I'm going to skip 2 sentences ahead. Quote, the rift represents a large fracture in the Earth's surface that bisects the state of New Mexico from the Colorado border to Las Cruces. The rift was formed by the pulling apart movement of a large piece of the Earth's crust, resulting in a valley bounded on 2 sides by mountains. Figure 4.31 below illustrates a geologic cross-section of the Middle Rio Grande Valley. The Sandia Mountains and the Rio Puerco Valley define the east-west boundary.
Slow down
I'm
just a
sorry, the
little bit.
Sandia
Slow
Mountain-
down
Sorry, I'm
again.
sorry. The Sandia Mountains and the Rio Puerco Valley define the east-west boundary of the rift within the metropolitan region. The rift edges are called faults and are comprised of a large number of fractures. The volcanoes just south of Rio Rancho were formed along one of these fractures in the rift approximately 190,000 years ago. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
And what that means is that Rio Rancho is located within the Rio Grande Rift, which is a seismically active area, correct?
that's correct.
All right. Now, as an engineer with as much experience as you have, I'd like to now direct your attention to New Energy Economy Exhibit 12.
Okay,
Do you see that document? It's a map.
yes.
All right.
I assume it's
This-
one page, correct?
Correct. 1 page.
Okay,
this is the Uniform Building Code seismic risk map, correct?
It doesn't state, the authorship of it. It says NRC 07. I assume it's a Nuclear Regulatory Commission. But
Yeah, I think we got it from a submission with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. But you've seen this seismic zones map before, correct?
Not this particular one.
Okay. Now, would you be surprised to see that the site of the proposed facility of this LNG plant is within this yellow band that extends up into New Mexico, within this map?
I can't tell from this map, but it's possible it's in that region. It's approximately near that region anyway.
Okay, and based on this map, that's zone 2B, which is the third highest zone of seismic risk, correct?
According to the scale, it is, yes.
Okay. All right. Would you accept, subject to check, that the proposed facility is in fact within that yellow band of risk?
Objection.
State the objection, please.
Well, he's already tested, it's contrary to the testimony. He said he couldn't identify it specifically.
Sustained. Get at the information a different way, Mr. Dodd.
Okay. Are you aware, based on your review of all the materials in this case, whether the proposed LNG facility is within that yellow band or in the green area there? Do you know, based on your review of the materials in this case?
I do not.
Okay. And the reason for that is that actually the term seismic appears only one place within all of the materials that the gas company has presented in this case. Isn't that right?
I don't know.
Would you accept, subject to check, that the term seismic appears only within your CV and nowhere else in any of the materials?
Subject to check, yes.
And would you accept, subject to check, that the term earthquake does not appear anywhere within all of the materials that the gas company has presented in this case?
I can believe that's possible because typically the detailed geological examination of an individual site is not undertaken until a more detailed design of the facility is ready to take place. And right now, there's several things that are waiting, i.e. one of them is they don't own the property, they don't have the permit. So typically you consider it, but you don't do the detailed analysis until you're ready to build the facility or ready to proceed with the detailed design.
Now, in your testimony, you stated that you do not have any concerns with the gas company's siting of the proposed LNG facility. Isn't that right?
Not based on the information I have now, you're correct. I do not have any concern based on what I've seen.
But you would agree that seismic activity can pose a threat to an LNG facility, right?
I agree it's a consideration in the siting and the location and possibly even the construction of the facility.
All right. So with that in mind, I want to take a look at the degree of seismic activity in the area surrounding the proposed LNG facility. Okay. Would you please turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 11? This is a paper published by the New Mexico Bureau of Geology and Mineral Resources in its journal, New Mexico Geology, that looks at the earthquake risks in the Albuquerque, Belen, Santa Fe corridor and provides probabilistic
I'm sorry, that looks at the
earthquake risks in the Albuquerque-Belen-Santa Fe corridor and provides probabilistic ground shaking hazard maps for the area. Is that what you have in front of you?
Yes, I don't know which page you want to look at, but yes, I have the document in front of me.
So, Mr. Hearing Examiner, could we, to facilitate this, could I share my screen and just pull up the relevant portions which I've pre-highlighted for the witness's review? Just, it's going to be
Yes.
hard for me to direct him to particular portions here. All right. Can you see my screen now?
The text is very small, but I can see there's something on the screen, but I can't read it.
Don't worry, I'll zoom in for you, okay?
Okay.
All right. I want to show you a few portions of this paper and get your opinion, okay?
Right.
Let's first look at paginated page 3 of the paper, the one that has the title. You see the title here at the top?
Yes. What is, can I ask what the date of this study is?
Yes, it was published in February of 2004, and I can zoom in so you can see that there. Can you see that at the bottom there?
Okay, yes, I see it.
All right. So looking at page 3 in the middle column, I've got this portion here highlighted. And let me read it, and I want you to tell me if I read it accurately. The resulting hazard maps indicate that from both scenario and probabilistic perspectives, the ground shaking hazard in the Albuquerque-Belen-Santa Fe corridor from future earthquakes could be severe, damaging, and potentially disastrous. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
All right. And on the same page, right-hand column, let me read this text here. Rather, we hope that these maps will be used as a guide by government agencies, the engineering, urban planning, emergency preparedness, and response communities, and the general public as part of an overall program to reduce earthquake risk and losses in New Mexico. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
All right. Now let me go to page 22 of the paper, the page that sets forth the summary of this study. All right, now I'm looking at the middle column there again, and I'm going to read this first page, or this first highlighted part here, and I'd like you to read along with me and tell me if I read it accurately. Thus, although large earthquakes may be infrequent on a specific fault, the large number of faults in the corridor indicate that the apparent probability of a large earthquake occurring somewhere in the corridor is significant and increasing as further paleoseismic studies are being performed. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did. And I want to add that when it states the last phrase there, increasing as further paleoseismic studies are being performed, that science has developed even further since 2004, and because it's a constantly evolving science, if you will.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure they're in fact, the codes today are very different than they were even from the NRC study there, because we would not use the NRC. This would be built under ASCE 7. I believe 22 is the one that's in, it's going to be the one that will be in service by the time this facility is built. So that science completely has evolved as time goes along. So just trying to qualify those updates in there as well.
Okay. Now, I want to read this last highlighted section here, okay?
Yes.
Ground motions from any large earthquake can be quite severe because of the presence of alluvial sediments that blanket the Rio Grande Valley and that can amplify ground shaking to very damaging levels. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
All right. Mr. Jones, in your expert opinion, these are concerning statements about the risk of seismic activity in the area where the gas company is proposing to locate the LNG facility, correct?
they are considerations that need to be made during the design process because there are methods of designing and installing foundations that are meant, I think we got blipped, that are meant to mitigate those risks in there. And as long as you know the risks are there, you plan that in the design process and you design to eliminate those risks.
All right. You would agree that there needs to be extensive study to make sure that earthquakes and seismic activity aren't going to pose a significant threat before building an LNG facility, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And you would agree that to this date, that study has not yet been done for the proposed facility, correct?
I know some initial investigation has been done, and it's not typical at this phase of the project to have done a detailed geological analysis. It is typical to have done some consideration for it, and in designing, prepare for the worst case scenario. So I don't know what mitigation has been in there, but I know that Lisbon has worked with the contractors in the feed, and they are considering the seismic concerns for this site as part of that work.
Okay, but none of that appears within any of the materials that have been submitted in this case to the commission, correct?
You're correct. The only thing I would expect at this point in time would be a commitment to perform those activities before the actual plant is, before construction starts.
Okay. Now, finally, to date, how much have you and your company been paid for the work that you've done for the gas company in this matter?
Order of magnitude, $20,000.
How much are you being paid per hour for your time here today?
For my time, I'm being paid $220 an hour.
With that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do not have any further questions. I'm glad to say that I've finished with a little bit of time on the clock, it looks like. I would move at this time for the admission of New Energy Economy Exhibits 10, 11, and 12.
Is there any objection to the admission of NEE exhibits 10, 11, and 12?
No objection.
NEE exhibits 10, 11, and 12 are admitted.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, can I just check to make sure Exhibit 13 had been provisionally admitted. Can that now be marked as fully admitted based upon the receipt of the labeled exhibit?
I've placed the label exhibit in the Dropbox folder, therefore NEE exhibit 13 is quote unquote fully admitted.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Mr. Dome, any redirect?
Just a couple, Mr. Hearing Examiner. While we have exhibit 11 open, I'd like you to look at a couple of things. I would like you to turn to page 3 of that exhibit. And I'm going to read you a section out of that. Page 3, that's the page. That's the page. Right-hand column, starting with that paragraph. No, the one that says these maps.
Okay, these maps.
Let me see if I've read this correctly. These maps are not intended to be a substitute for the site-specific studies for engineering design, nor to replace standard maps commonly referenced in building codes. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So when it talks about site-specific studies, what is it referring to?
Typically, a site-specific geological examination is done on one of these sites before it's constructed, especially under the LNG storage tank, because that's the most critical component of the facility. So yes, it's always done. I don't know of any facility where it hasn't been done.
And it's your understand, is it your understanding that those site-specific studies will be performed, but have not been performed yet with regard to this site?
Yes, that's my understanding.
On page 22 of that document, same document, page 22. Middle column. I'm not sure I understand what this is providing. Not that page, that page. Yes, page 22. Middle column. The paragraph that starts at the top of the paragraph, the level, the paragraph.
Yes,
I'm not sure I understand this, so I'd ask for your, to tell me what this means. The level of probabilistic hazard portrayed in the maps controlled by the low level. Ew, let's strike that. The level of probabilistic hazard portrayed on the maps is controlled by the low level of historical seismicity and by the comparatively low active rates of the faults. Did I read that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What does that mean to you?
That means that let me read it one more time. I want to make sure I got the full.
And just, that was in the paragraph where he read from further down the paragraph, but that was the introduction to that paragraph that he did not read when he presented it to you. But I would like you to discuss that now.
Essentially, it's stating that if there's a low historical level of seismic activity in that area, then the probability of future seismic events in that area are going to be low.
And that's in that paragraph that then goes on and talks about the parts that he quoted, correct?
Yes, I believe it is.
Do you think that first sentence qualifies the parts that he had you read?
I think it qualifies any statement about seismic activity.
Do you, based upon your review of this documentation, do you think there's anything that was contained in the in the examination by Mr. Dunn? Does anything that was in there, does that, in your opinion, prohibit a safe construction of an LNG facility at this site based upon your experience and knowledge?
Based on what I've seen today, no. In fact, I would like to use an example for this, because there's a LNG facility down in Chile where it was constructed, and they had a seismic event of 8.4. There was no damage to the facility down there, and shows we have the tools, the design tools to be able to build these facilities in seismically active regions.
And so, speaking about that, what are those tools? What can you do to make a LNG? Let me back up. So this LNG tank that is proposed to be built, this would be above ground.
Yes, this is above ground.
And what will it be built upon?
Typically, and I know one of the feed contractors from some conversations previously, typically they're built on ring wall type construction.
Ring wall?
Ring wall, yes, R-I-N-G.
WALL.
W-A-L-L, yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
And also, some of these facilities have been designed. There's one in, I'm not trying to keep going overseas, but that's where the seismically active areas are. But there's one in Athens that was designed with snubbers to resist the seismic movements of that particular location. It's a little bit south of Athens is where the facility is located. So we know that these can be addressed, but we have to know what criteria to use, and criteria comes from this geological investigation and analysis of the site.
First off, it was the country of Chile, correct?
Yeah, yes.
First site.
Yes.
Can you identify that site?
Yes, they call it GNL, Gas Natural Liquido.
Please spell that.
I'll give.
I'll look it up, Judge.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they goes by the nickname, by the acronym GNL.
Okay. And the second site is in Athens. You said snubbers?
They put snubbers in the foundation to resist the lateral movement of the tank. And
is that a rubber cushioning like shock absorbers? What is a snubber?
It's like a spring. I'm trying to remember the dash pot. that has a spring and a dampener in there, it's the same kind of a consideration.
Thank
Now,
you.
the details, I don't know, but I know they used it over there.
Thank you.
So there are methods of constructing an LNG that makes them safe even in a seismically active area, if that's indeed what we're facing with this case, correct?
Yes, I won't say that you can overcome any seismic concern, but I will say that you can overcome many seismic concerns.
Do you know of any LNG facilities in California, whether they're peak shaving or not?
I worked with a company and we installed not an above ground tank like this, but we installed an ASME tank at LAX. So there have been LNG containers installed in California.
Okay, so that tank, what was it?
What
was the name of it?
It was at Los Angeles International Airport. They installed
Right.
it. It's tug fuel out there essentially, but it was a horizontal ASME tank of 70,000 gallons capacity.
That's ASME, the acronym,
Yes, American Society of Mechanical Engineers.
and that was an LNG tank installed at LAX.
Yes, my knowledge has been removed, but it was there for a number of years.
Okay. That was a fixed tank. It wasn't a mobile facility?
No, it was fixed.
Okay.
To your knowledge- to
Go
your
ahead, I'm
knowledge-
sorry.
To your knowledge, Mr. Jones, is Los Angeles a seismically active area?
Yes, in fact, I worked on a facility there. Again, they had the bullet tanks, but it was within a half mile of the San Andreas Fault. And the tanks were installed for 20 years out there.
Is there a difference between a fault and a rift?
I think there's a significant difference.
A fault is worse?
Yes. And again, at this facility though, they did a specific seismic analysis of that site as the basis for their installation there, or after they got it installed, they were before the codes, but they did a thorough seismic analysis of it.
And it's your understanding that that will be conducted at this site as well?
That's my understanding, yes.
That's all I have, Mr. Hearing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dome. Any further up the coast, do you have any experience with LNG facilities in Oregon or Washington?
I do not. I've worked with a facility that handles LNG again in one of the a couple of bullet type tanks in Nevada, and the same concern. They're about a mile away from a fault up there as well.
Where in Nevada?
It's outside of Las Vegas.
Outside Las Vegas, but okay. It's a seismic area as well. All right, that's great. And any further follow-up, Mr. Dome, just to be fair?
No, Mr. Hearing.
Okay, Mr. Dodd,
I hate to interrupt. Could I ask one very quick question in recross, please?
go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, you would agree that to make an LNG facility resistant against earthquakes using snubbers and the like, that would increase the cost of construction, correct?
It could, yes. If it's a significant modification to the facility, yes. The greater the modification, the greater the cost impact, yes.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
perhaps that's the reason for the plus or minus 25 to 40%.
Or Mr. Hearing, or for the cap that the company has placed on the construction cost. So yes.
Right. Okay, so is that the last word, Mr. Dome? Or do you want to get it, or do you want evidence from the witness?
I would love to, I was going to ask, could I do that?
Ask. Yes.
Is that one of the reasons for the cap that was been placed on the construction of this facility?
I'm sure that's one of the unknowns or the variables in this cost.
All right.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Dome. Mr. Jones, really appreciate your testimony and your good humor and patience with us in this case. Thank you, sir. You're excused. Let's go ahead and break for lunch now. It's 12:47. Yes, sir, Mr. Dome, before we break.
So do you want to start with, so we have Buchanan and we have Yardley, and we want to make sure we get Yardley done today. And it's now 3 o'clock East Coast. So I was thinking we would start with Yardley and then maybe go to Buchanan if that's okay.
That's great. Yes, let's do that. Yardley and then Buchanan.
Thank you very much.
So,
Mr.
thank you.
Hearing Examiner,
yes, Ms.
I
Beatles.
I understand that Mr. Elliott ceded his cross-examination time to me today.
It's already been, no, well, he asked for that and that's denied. We
Hmm.
already used it through New Energy Economy. So that we already soaked up that time. That's not, that trading of time is something I considered, and I'm unwilling to go that far in this case. I'm sorry. If you need a little additional time, I'll obviously consider that, but we're not doing that. Time like that, time's not fungible, that fungible. So
Okay, I may ask to use my time reserved for other witnesses, but can we take that up when we resume after lunch?
of course, yes.
Thank you.
So we're in recess. Let's be back at 1. It's already 12:49, at 1:50 sharp to start with Mr. Yardley. Thank you all. Have a good lunch.
We're here. How are you? It's just these Zoom hearings are so tedious.
Sydney, you're not muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for, wait, someone just alerted me that I'm not muted.
Failed.
Yeah.
And then it should pop
I
up
think you have
as
to like.
muted.
it's-
I'm just figuring this out right now.
Now, the other thing you can do, if this doesn't work,
And Mr. Domi, you are not on mute.
Okay, thank you.
we think we know that. I think we.
How about now? How about now?
You are still not on mute.
Yeah, see, it's not showing up.
Now you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Mr. Yardley, can you say something so I can hear you?
Yes, Mr. Lee, good to be with you again.
Thank you, sir.
Just to check, can people hear me? Because we changed over audio over the lunch hour. Excellent.
Right. Good afternoon. We are back from our lunch break, and we have Mr. Yardley on the East Coast who's about to testify for gas company. And with that introduction, Mr. Haverly, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
The gas company,
Go ahead, please.
would you please call your next witness?
Yes, sir. New Mexico Gas Company calls Daniel Yardley to the stand.
Mr. Yardley, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Yardley, would you please state your full name for the record?
Daniel P. Yardley.
And Mr. Yardley, who are you employed by and what is your position?
I'm a principal of Yardley Associates.
Mr. Yardley, you have in front of you what has been marked as NMGC Exhibit number 10. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my prepared direct testimony and exhibit as amended.
And was this testimony prepared by you and at your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any additional changes or corrections to the testimony?
No.
If I asked you these same questions, Mr. Yardley, would you provide me with the same answers as amended?
Yes, I would.
And these answers would be true and correct?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, New Mexico Gas Company tenders NMGC exhibit number 10.
Is there any objection to NMG to this exhibit? Hearing none, NMGC Exhibit 10 is admitted.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you very much. I have no additional information or questions, and I tender the witness for further examination.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly. Ms. Beatles, I didn't have you down for any cross-examination of Mr. Yardley. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And the issues I wanted to explore relate to the rate impact, and I reserved some time for Mr. Buchanan. I think that time would be more useful with Mr. Yardley, so I would like to use my 15 minutes for Buchanan with Mr. Yardley, and I'll go in the proper order.
That's fine. Thank you. So in the proper order, then, starting off is Ms. Lynch. And I believe, Ms. Lynch, you have 15 minutes with Mr. Yardley?
Yes, and hearing examiner, I do not have any questions for this witness on the area of expertise. So I yield my time or my time is given up at this time for you to do with it what you would like.
All right. All right, Ms. Beatles, you have, let's see how it goes. You have 15 minutes with Mr. Yardley. If you need a little bit more, maybe we could see what we can do. But let's try and do what you need to do within 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yardley.
Good afternoon, Ms. Beatles.
Sydney Beatles. I represent Western Resource Advocates in this proceeding. Let's start by referring to page 13 of your testimony. Your errata testimony. In other words, that would be Gas Company Exhibit number 10 as amended.
I have that.
And on the bottom of page 13, Well, actually, starting
I'm sorry, Miss Beatles, you're sort of coming in and out. I don't know if you're sitting away from the microphone.
No, I have my laptop for some reason cannot sustain a connection to a Zoom hearing. So I am attending by phone and can you hear me okay now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll make sure that I face you. So on page 13, you state that the 2028 revenue requirement for the LNG facility is $29.1 million, correct?
Yes, that's the estimated level.
In your original testimony, that 2028 revenue requirement was projected to be 27.8 million, but that amount increased due to an increase in certain assumptions regarding O&M. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
And on page 13 of your errata, you state that the anticipated rate impact to residential sales customers during the first full year of the LNG facility's operations would be $3.27 per month, or 3.3% on an average bill. Is that correct?
yes,
And the $3.27 per month would be recovered in base rates, correct?
no, that is not correct.
Explain to me what is incorrect about that.
Well, the estimated bill impacts are derived based on an assumption that I've made regarding how recovery will occur. We need to keep in mind the actual recovery approach is not going to be determined in this case. But as I've explained, what I would recommend is that 1/2 of the costs be recovered through base rates to all customers on the system, and 1/2 of the costs be recovered through the company's PGA applicable to sales customers. So the impact that you're referencing on line 23 of page 13 includes amounts recovered through both base rates and the PGA.
And by PGA, you're referring to the purchase gas adjustment clause, right?
Yes.
Let me just take a look at my notes for a second. Is the 3.3% based on dividing that $3.27 per month by the total bill, including the PGA and other riders and surcharges?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you conduct any analysis with regard to the impact of the LNG facility on base rates?
An impact other than the bill impact? I'm not sure I understand what you mean by impact.
Well, did you attach any schedules or work papers with your testimony showing the base rate impacts?
No, that wasn't necessary to prepare these estimates.
And can you walk through at a high level how you prepared these estimates?
Certainly, and I think I've explained this in the testimony.
Would you mind referring?
Yes, I'm just looking to see if I can point to the reference to testimony so it's clear in the record.
I appreciate that.
Yes, so I think if you would turn to page 10, I've explained prior to this page the recommendation that the cost be applied in 2 parts, 1 part to all customers, 1 part to PGA customers. And then starting on line, the Q&A on line 9 of page 10, I start walking through the steps that would be necessary. And again, this would occur in the base rate case when recovery is actually sought by the customer, by the company. And the commission determines the best approach. But in terms of what I would recommend, the first step would be to establish the overall cost of service associated with the LNG facility. So this is in total in the base rate proceeding where you do consider these type of costs. And I indicate here in this first Q&A that the cost of service would be based on on line 14, you see it includes return, income taxes, property taxes, depreciation expense, and O&M. So that's the first step, is to determine the total amount. Then keep flowing through onto page 11. What I've indicated is that we would divide that amount in half. One amount would be recovered through base rates, and I'm recommending that the other half be recovered through the PGA. With respect to the amount recovered through base rates, if you look at the Q&A on page 11, beginning in line 7, you'll see there that those costs need to flow through the fully allocated cost of service study to determine the allocation among rate classes. And then once that occurs, then you would recover the costs through the base rates themselves. So that's essentially the testimony and explanation up through the top of page 12. Those costs would be handled much like the costs for other base rate elements, again, that the commission's very comfortable dealing with in a base rate proceeding. Beginning on page 12, line 4, I address the second half of the recovery of the cost of the LNG facility, which, as I said, I'm recommending be recovered just from PGA customers, sales customers. And I outline one methodology for doing this here, beginning on page 12. And that is to set aside an amount of cost of service and recover it through the PGA. And that amount would be determined in a base rate case. And the amount would be set on an annual basis, and it would be recovered equally each month through the PGA, which is applicable to sales customers. And I also indicate, though, on page 12, lines 15 and 16, that there are other ways of doing this, and an alternative way would be to recover this amount from sales customers through some form of base rate element that is only applicable to sales customers.
And where do you state that the other way? Okay, I see. Alternatively, on lines 15 and 16.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Yardley, are you a witness in the company's current base rate case?
No, I am not.
But you have participated on behalf of the company in their previous base rate cases, correct?
I didn't hear the first couple words you said in that question.
I think it's when I look down, it's a problem. But you have participated in previous base rate cases on behalf of the company, is that correct?
That is correct. I was the cost allocation and rate design witness in the company's 3 previous rate cases.
If I told you that the current base revenues at present rates utilized in the pending base rate case were $215.9 million, would that sound about right?
I would need to look at schedules or check that. I don't know.
Would you accept that subject to check for purposes of my next question?
Yes.
So assuming that the current base rate revenues figure is $215.9 million, an increase of $29.1 million would result in a base rate increase of about 13.47%, correct?
If I could ask one clarification, the 250 million figure, is that the figure for rates prior to the requested increase in this case?
Yes, and not 250, it's 215, 215.9 million.
Okay, so, and then the percentage you said was approximately 13%, I believe.
Yes, 13.47%.
Yeah, so I'll just say that percent, that doing the math, that's probably accurate without me pulling out my calculator. It looks like about right. I will say though that is not what the percentage impact would necessarily be on the bill, because it doesn't include other revenue items, including the substantial cost of purchased gas. I would also say that since you've indicated that that is prior to the rate changes that are proposed in this case, that I would expect, as has been the case in prior rate cases, that whatever the revenue margin revenues are that come out of the pending case, they'll probably be higher than the 215.9 million. And that would again bring the percentage down.
That's usually how it works, right?
Most cases I've been in, yes.
Okay, I believe you said that that doesn't include the other revenue items that would appear on the bill.
Right. I was indicating it was just, you know, a mathematical calculation of the essentially what would be the base revenue impact, not the bill impact.
And okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification, because I was going to clarify that my question was not about the bill increase, it was the base rate increase. So are you aware that in the current base rate case, the company's revenue requirement does not include any cost associated with the LNG facility?
I was not aware of that fact per se, but that doesn't surprise me.
So the increase of $29.1 million projected for the LNG facility in 2028 would be in addition to any increase that the company may get in this pending rate case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And in addition, after the first year, that's the first year impact, that 29.1 million. But after the first year, the company has indicated that it will reduce costs associated with the existing Keystone contract. And as well, the first year impact is always higher than future years just because the rate base of the facility goes down. So all these numbers we're talking about are just the first year impact, and then I would expect them to go down.
So that may be offset by other expense items that may go away or that may decline, as in depreciation expense.
Yes, both. True. Both things will occur.
Okay. And by 2028, the company may have even filed another base rate case after the current case is resolved. Is that possible?
It's possible. I have no reason to believe that they will, but it's always possible.
Because you're not familiar with the frequency of gas companies' general rate case filings at this point in time, are you?
I'm familiar with what's occurred, but what's occurred doesn't necessarily predict what will happen in the future.
But isn't it a pretty good indicator of what will happen in the future, generally?
Not necessarily. There can be, you know, substantial capital expenditures that come at different periods of time that drive when a rate case occurs. The other thing I'll say is that the outcome of a particular rate case often impacts how soon a utility needs to refile. And that's not known at this time either.
Were you a witness in the last rate case?
I was a witness, yes, in the rate case prior to this one. I think it was a 2021 docket.
Yes. Did you read the executive summary to I believe my time is up, but Mr. Hearing Examiner, how much May I take some of the time I reserved for Mr. Rilkoff?
Here's a bonus 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay,
Is that
Thank you.
enough time?
I have about 5 more questions, but they're all related.
Let's see where you get in 5 minutes, and then we'll look at where we are.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Yardley, did you read the executive summary to the application in this case?
Yes,
In the executive summary, as amended by the company's errata, there's a section entitled Anticipated Financial Impact on NMGC's Customers. Do you know if the projected 2028 revenue requirement increase of $29.1 million, or even the 27.8 million stated in your initial direct testimony, do you know if that's included anywhere in that section or anywhere in the executive summary?
so I'm going to say that a little bit of a deficiency, just again, because I'm testifying remotely, in that I happen to have a copy of the original executive summary in my materials here, but I don't have a copy of the amended one.
Well, referring to the original executive summary,
Sure.
can you tell me today whether the projected 2028 revenue requirement increase of 29.1 million or 27.8 million is anywhere in that executive summary?
I don't see the projected revenue requirements. They were certainly included in the case elsewhere, but I do see in the section that you're referencing an estimate of the capital cost of the facility, 180 million, and then an estimate of the O&M costs. And certainly the majority of the costs that flow into the revenue requirement are associated with the capital cost. So I think you can get an idea, and again, any number, 29 million, some other number, it would have to be established in a base rate case.
Do you know if the notice to customers published in this case identified the estimated initial annual cost of 29.1 million or any specific rate impact?
I didn't review the notice, no.
In your direct testimony, starting at page 9,
I have that.
you discuss your recommendation that 50% of the revenue requirement be recovered from sales customers and 50% from transportation customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then you then go on in pages 11 to 12 to recommend certain class allocators. Is gas company seeking approval of these specific allocators in this case?
No, and I think that's clear from my testimony.
And I may have another question.
Go ahead.
Are you familiar with the company's commitment to a cap on the capital expenditure cost? Let me stop with that question.
Yes, I am generally familiar.
If the capital costs exceed that cap that is significant, do you know whether the company will recover or seek to recover the additional amount at a later date in a future rate case?
As I said, I'm generally familiar with the cap. I don't anticipate that the company would structure a cap in such a way that it would then, in a later rate case, seek recovery. But I don't want to state something differently than, was stated by those witnesses that support the cap. That would be a question better for them.
So do you know today whether the company has committed to a bar to future capital expenditure recovery?
Objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner asked and answered.
I had rephrased the question a little bit just to clarify his testimony for purposes of at least my understanding.
Okay, go ahead and ask the question again, so it's just clear that we have a question and an answer back to back, please.
Yes, so Mr. Yardley, it's your testimony today that the company has not committed, that you don't know whether the company's commitment includes a bar to recovery of future capital expenditure cost. Pardon?
I didn't hear an answer.
Okay, Mr. Lee, I heard you, and then I didn't answer because I heard you. I thought so. I don't really have a different answer or any way to add anything to what I said before. I was not the witness that explained the cap. Generally familiar with it, but I think that was set forth in the testimony of at least one of the witnesses. Might have been Mr. Bullard in his rebuttal. So that question would be, if it needed to be clarified what it meant, I think that would need to go to Mr. Bullard.
Thank you. And to drill down with one final question. And so that would include any additional capital costs that the company may incur to address seismic or safety or noise abatement concerns. You don't know whether the company has committed to a certain level of, or you don't know whether the company's commitment to a cap includes those future costs.
Not with respect to the specifics, but I think we all need to recognize we're trying to deal with the application to approve the facility, and that needs to be determined on the basis of what is known now. That's prior to going out and getting an RFP for the facility, and more is known later. But I think the company's done what it can in terms of managing the expectations for future costs. And again, I think that's set forth in Mr. Bullard's testimony.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further. Thank you for the additional time, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
You're welcome, Ms. Beatles. Mr. Yardley, your testimony does not propose any particular rate treatment or rate methodology that would be approved in this particular case, does it?
That's correct. It does not.
It's more illustrative of what a methodology might look like.
That's correct. What I've done is I'm recognizing that the commission needs to have the ability to determine that recovery approach in a future rate case. But at the same time, what I've done is apply what I expect they would be open to doing. So for instance, the allocation among customer classes, I've taken into account what they've done in the past.
Okay, and that includes the transportation customers that you talk about in your testimony, right?
Well, this is a wrinkle associated with this particular facility. This is new, where we have, a substantial capital investment that provides two types of benefits. One benefit that primarily benefits sales customers, which is price stability.
And you
And-
call those the PGA customers?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And then one benefit, I'll say, or category of benefits, which is the reliability benefits, additional flexibility, additional security of supply, additional pressure support on the system. Those things benefit all customers. And that would include both what I'm calling sales customers, PGA customers, and also transportation customers that purchase their supply from a third-party supplier.
But that, as Commissioner O'Connell pointed out maybe yesterday, there are no transportation customers who intervened in this proceeding, right? You don't, you just accept that as true.
Yes. Okay.
And so I think the appropriate place to vet and determine a methodology is in a general rate, a base rate proceeding where all customer classes have, with the stake, have had precise notice of a potential proposal, because I'm assuming that the company will put forth in its next rate case a particular proposal building off what you've developed here. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Now that I'm just to understand a little bit myself more about the rate 70 transportation service customers. Does that include what you call residential transportation customers?
Yeah, rate 70 is a tariff that the company has in its tariff book. And the structure of this tariff is that it incorporates the underlying base rate charges for all of the associated sales customer tariffs, which would include both residential, commercial, industrial tariffs. So it has those rates as well as provisions applicable to customers that are buying their supply from a third-party supplier.
And who are those third-party suppliers?
I mean, they could be anybody. I don't work in the markets out in that area, but I know there's a number of them that essentially sign up the customers of New Mexico Gas Company as customers, and then they deliver the gas to New Mexico Gas Company, and the customer becomes a rate 70 tariff customer.
That could even include a residential customer?
Yes, they do have some residential customers that are transporting New Mexico Gas Company, and a larger proportion of the commercial industrial customers.
Does some entity like that, some third party, purchase gas on behalf of a large utility user like PNM? Or does PNM buy it directly?
I'm not familiar with what's occurring, but I would expect that the gas management for PNM would be different than the type of entity that's supplying to the end users of New Mexico Gas Company. It may be PNM itself, or PNM may go to an asset manager type of entity to either manage PNM's assets or to provide a comprehensive service to them. But it's a different type of entity than someone that's going to deal with lots of individual end use customers.
Perhaps I'll check with Mr. Buchanan on that, who's next on those sorts of issues. But
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have. Mr. Haverly, do you have any redirect?
No, sir, no redirect from the company.
Okay. Mr. Yardley, thank you so much for joining us from back east. Truly appreciate your testimony in this case, sir. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Gas company, would you please call, is this your last witness?
This will be, so Mr. Buchanan is, should be on his way in, and that will be our last witness.
Okay. Let's, as we've been doing, let's take 5 for the changeover. We'll be back in 5. Thank you. Before we begin, we're not on the record yet. Was wondering if I could have Ms. Beatles and Ms. Lynch. Ms. Lynch
Yes.
is, you see, we're supposed to potentially have the AG's witnesses next if we had time this afternoon. But Mr.
Uh-huh.
Elliott wasn't available due to his illness. Is Kiki Velez potentially available to testify this afternoon?
She can be made available.
And I'll thank you. Could you please put her on notice that she may be testifying this afternoon? Potentially,
Yes,
you know,
and-
little after Mr. Buchanan.
Okay, I'll contact her. She and I have been in touch.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And the same as Beatles. I saw Mr. Gould earlier on screen, so he might be available. He would actually go after Velez if we have time. Is that possible? Hi, Mr. Gould.
Hello.
Let me, Aaron, let me step out of my office and come talk to you for a minute.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
That should be okay, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I just need to briefly confer with him.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. In the meantime, let's go back on the record and have gas company call its last witnesses in its case in chief. Mr. Haverly, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. New Mexico Gas Company calls Eric Buchanan to the stand.
Would you please raise your right hand, Mr. Buchanan? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Buchanan, would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Eric C. Buchanan.
And Mr. Buchanan, would you please state who you are employed by and what your position is?
I'm employed by New Mexico Gas Company, and I'm the Vice President of Finance.
Mr. Buchanan, you have before you what has been marked NMGC Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the direct testimony and exhibits of Jimmy L. Blotter.
And Mr. Buchanan, did you participate in the preparation of this exhibit?
I did.
And Mr. Buchanan, are you familiar with all of the information within the exhibit?
I am.
And are you adopting this testimony?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Buchanan, do you have any changes or corrections to the substantive matters of this testimony?
I do not.
If I ask you these same questions, would you give me the same answers?
I would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, at this point, I'd like to move for the introduction of NMGC Exhibit number 9.
Is there any objection to this testimony and the adoption of it? Obviously, there isn't. We've already established that at the beginning of the hearing. But with regard to this particular exhibit, I'm not hearing any objections. Therefore, NMGC Exhibit 9 is admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. With that, I tender the witness for further examination.
And we'll start with Mr. Dodd, who has 20 minutes with Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Dodd, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Buchanan. How are you?
Good. Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Good afternoon.
First, I'd like to draw your attention to New Energy Exhibit number 8. This is the New Mexico Gas Company's response to New Energy Economy's 5th set of interrogatories and requests for production, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you reviewed the responses to interrogatories 5-1 and 5-2 contained within this exhibit, correct?
That's correct.
And you swore to the veracity of those responses?
I did.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses contained in interrogatories 5-1 and 5-2 within New Energy Economy Exhibit 8 are true and correct, right?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I would like to start now by looking at New Energy Economy Exhibit 4. Could you please pull that document up?
Okay, I have it.
All right, and this is the three New Mexico Gas Company long-term forecasts, correct?
That's correct.
And I'd like you to go to numbered page 4 of the 2022 long-term forecast.
Okay, there are two 2022 long-term forecasts. Which one are you referring to?
The one dated May 11th, please.
And page 4, you said?
Yes.
Okay, I'm there.
All right. The 2021 New Mexico Gas Company rate case assumed a 10.1% ROE, correct?
Yes. At the time,
However, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you going to say?
my apologies. Yes, at the time it was filed, it reflected a 10.1% ROE.
Ultimately, that rate of ROE was not realized, was it?
That's correct.
There was a settlement that resulted in an ROE of 9.375%.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if you could flip to the following page, please.
Okay.
Looking at that page, at the time of this May 2022 forecast, the gas company was, quote, evaluating owned LNG storage for various reasons, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And going to the next page, the page number 10 of the 2022 long-term forecast, there was a quote, increase in rate-based growth driven primarily by capital investments, correct?
I'm sorry, could you point out to me where you're quoting that from?
Yes, so the first highlight bullet point.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, we can agree that investments in capital expenditures increase rate base, increase net income, and can allow for increased dividends to owners, right?
I would say that's generally in line, yes, with the traditional cost of service rate making.
Okay. Now, as forecast in this May 2022 long-term forecast, it was projected that from 2022 to 2027, total rate base would increase from $765 million to $1,139 million, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I see that.
Now, that was when the expected capital expenditure for the proposed LNG facility was going to be $120 million, correct?
Yes, 120 million is what was assumed in this forecast.
Okay. Now, those capital expenditures for the proposed LNG facility, those include the environmental and regulatory compliance necessary to execute the LNG facility, correct?
I think that the $120 million that was used in this long-term forecast was an initial internal company cost estimate of the cost of the project. And I don't know if that estimate went down to the level of detail that you're specifying.
Okay, but now the $181 million approximately figure, that includes the environmental and regulatory compliance necessary to execute the LNG facility?
Yes, I believe that it includes an estimate for those costs.
Okay. Now let's turn to the 2023 long-term forecast, if you would. And that begins on PDF page 16, just for the record. Are you there on that cover page?
I am.
All right. looking at I'd like you to turn to the next page, the second page of the 2023 long-term forecast. The expected capital expenditures for the proposed LNG facility in this forecast has now been raised to the $181 million figure, correct?
Correct, which is the amount that we've included in our CCN, yes.
And looking at the third page of the 2023 long-term forecast, the revised rate base expectations have been raised, right?
Yes, that's correct.
In this report, it is now forecasted that between 2023 and 2027, the rate base would increase from $833 million in 2023 to $1,229 million in 2027, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's a nearly 50% increase in rate base over just 5 years, correct?
You're calculating 50% as a $400 million increase over the starting 800 million?
Correct.
Okay, yes, I can agree with that.
Okay. And that also corresponds to a nearly 50% increase in net income for the company over the same time period, right?
Yes, I think something smaller than that, but generally, yes.
A bit less than 50%, because we're going from 45 million to 61 million over the course of those 5 years.
Yes.
And looking at numbered page 6 of the 2023 long-term forecast, one of the key earnings highlights notes CAGR of 8.2%, driven primarily by continued capital investment, right?
Yes.
CAGR, that stands for compound annual growth rate, right?
Yes, it does. And it's essentially just a meaningful measure of a change in something over a longer period of time than 1 year.
Yeah, so what that shows is what that figure shows is the mean annual growth rate of an investment over a specified period of time longer than 1 year, right?
Generally, yes, I would agree with that.
And here that growth rate was for what, the 5-year period that was looked at in this forecast?
I think there is a note there at the bottom of page 6 that indicates the growth rate was calculated from 22 to 28.
Okay, so a 6-year period.
Yes.
Okay. And looking at numbered page 9 of the 2023 long-term forecast, the first highlight for capital spend was that the gas company had applied to construct and own the LNG storage facility, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. With that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't have any further questions for this witness, and I would yield my time. I would ask at this point, I believe that New Energy Economy Exhibit 8 was already admitted after Mr. Reed's cross-examination, but in the instance that it wasn't, I verified with this witness that his answers in that were correct, and I just would retender it as well. Thank you.
What about 4? 4 is already admitted.
4 has already been admitted, is my understanding. But
Okay,
if
I believe,
we'll move for the admission of that one as well.
I believe 8 was already admitted.
I believe it was. We just had those issues about the ones where multiple people had verified the answers, and this was one of those. I believe that 8 was admitted after Reed's testimony, but just in the case it wasn't, I wouldn't
Well,
just.
I don't have my exhibit list handy, but is there any objection if 8 wasn't already admitted, which I believe it was, Mr. Haverly, to the admission of that exhibit as well as 4?
Mr.
Exhibit
Herring's,
4.
your recollection is mine, which it was admitted with, I believe, one of the prior witnesses, witness Reed. And I have no objection. I didn't then, and I don't have an objection now.
All right, just confirming the admission of NEE 8 and 4. Do you recall? Again, I don't have my witness exhibit list handy. I'm sorry, and my memory's faulty. So
I'm in the same position that you are, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I don't have that in front of me. I thought it had been, but I don't have that in front of me either. I don't have an objection at this point.
out of an abundance of precaution, then, if it hasn't already been admitted, NEE exhibit 4 is admitted as well. Does that take care of that, Mr. Dodd?
It does. Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and thank you, Mr. Buchanan.
And I'm sorry I didn't have my exhibit list handy. Let's move then to the remaining cross-examination, and that's Ms. Lynch, and she has 30 minutes with Mr. Buchanan. Go ahead, Ms.
Hearing Examiner, this is Miss Lynch, and I yielded or used 20 of those previously, maybe for Mr. Dodd. Also, I do
Okay.
not have any questions for this witness at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Buchanan, you're testifying in the where are you? There you are. You're not coming up on the screen yet.
I talked.
There you are.
Again, yep. Hello.
Thank you. Thanks for grabbing the screen. You're testifying in the raid case too, which is I should say the current raid case, which is case number 23-00. Where is the docket number? Help me with that, Mr. Haverly. 255.
I believe that is correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner. That is 23-00255, but I will confirm right now.
Yeah. Well, I have the application up, but it doesn't. I pulled it off e-docket, and the number is 23-00255-UT. And I noticed in your testimony there that you talked about the potential regulatory asset of between $7 and $10 million for the LNG, for certain LNG related costs. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
But that
I have that testimony in front of me though, but I do agree that that's included.
could you explain the nature of that regulatory asset? Because it's not, as I understand it from your testimony there, intended to recover it. Is it a hypothetical situation where the reg asset would recover certain expenses, like of the feed study and litigation expenses up to, what is it, $700,000, if the application were to be denied?
Yes, that's correct. I think our view on that regulatory asset obviously is that we've incurred costs bringing forth the CCN filing, right? Which ultimately was the result of us being asked to look into alternatives. And typically those costs would be included in the cost of the project. So in the event the CCN is approved, we would include those costs in the project. But in the event they're denied, we would seek recovery for them in a future case, but not in the 2023 rate case that you just stated.
Thank you. And the same goes. So that's with regard to the LNG facility, the proposed LNG facility, the application in this case. What you're proposing approval of in the rate case is that regulatory asset. And part of that $7 to $10 million estimate is these includes the $700,000 or so in rate cases, litigation expenses in this case?
Yes, I think those are included in the range of that cost.
Okay. Because your testimony didn't specify the litigation expenses, but there was another witness that mentioned that. Does Alana DeYoung ring a bell?
Yes, Alana DeYoung is a witness in the 23 case as well.
Yeah, at her direct testimony on page 7, she mentions the LNG facility litigation expenses of estimated at $707,000 and $2.43. So that would be included in the reg asset.
Yes, potentially.
But did you hear me ask Mr. Yardley some questions earlier?
I did overhear some of those questions, yes.
And you would agree that gas company is not seeking any particular approval of any particular rate recovery mechanism in this particular docket. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. In the event the CCN is approved, then we would seek a particular rate design and recovery mechanism in that case.
And what Mr. Yardley was attempting to perform and did perform was an illustrative example of what that might look like. That rate recovery mechanism, right?
Yep, I agree. I think he indicated that half of the cost would be recovered through the PGAC and the other half would be included in base rates.
And then a quarter of that half would be attributable and recovered from transportation customers, the rate 70 customers.
I think you may have lost me there.
Okay.
My general understanding was that whatever the revenue requirement associated with LNG would be at a future period would be split 50-50 and included one half in the PGAC and one half in base rates, and that a portion of that amount would be allocated to transportation customers. Yes. So maybe that works out to a quarter. I'm not sure.
Are you familiar with the transportation customers, how they receive their gas, like through third parties?
I have not dealt with it specifically, but my understanding is they go out and contract with a third-party transportation provider, and that we, New Mexico Gas, continue basically to read their meter and to calculate the bill associated with our service. But then we send that bill to the third-party transportation provider, who then recovers the cost from the customer.
Do you identify some of those, or is it confidential, or can you identify some of those third-party transportation providers?
I don't know if it's confidential. Is it? I don't know many of them.
So, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't know that they're confidential either. I know that if you looked at our 2021 rate case, you would see that Tiger Natural Gas, and I'm blanking on the second entity, those were transportation customers that sought to intervene in our case. If you would indulge me a few minutes, I think we could check real quickly. I don't think that they are confidential, though. I'm pretty sure they're not.
Okay. Let's just make it a bench request. I just want to know who those those third-party transportation service providers are, to the extent it's not confidential. And that's bench request 5. Then I won't have to bug Mr. Buchanan with this anymore.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And that's really all I have. Mr. Haverly, do you have any redirect?
I do not have any redirect.
Okay. Ms. Buchanan, It's good to meet you. Thank you for your testimony in this case, and appreciate you being here. You're excused now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you all. Bye.
Thank you. All right, we've reached the conclusion of gas company's presentation of its evidence in the case in chief, and we're moving now to the intervener testimony, hopefully. Ms. Lynch, is witness Velez potentially available to testify now? Could you please unmute yourself?
Yes, she said she's available. I will make sure that she accesses the link if that hasn't occurred already.
Yeah, and I'm looking for her to log in.
She and I are in contact, so it might just take a little bit of time for her to find the link.
That's fine. So my plan this afternoon, oh, well, nope, not yet. My plan this afternoon is to have CCA's witness and WRA's witness testify, and we'll take a break in between Velez and Gould, if possible.
Should we take a short break now and I can call Kiki
Yes.
or
Yes,
okay.
please. We're taking a break for 5 to see if we can contact Ms. Velez to testify. If we're not successful, then maybe we can go to Mr. Gould first, if there's no objection to that, and Ms. Beatles is amenable.
Miss Velez has communicated that she's just trying to sign into the link. So I know she's aware that she's being called.
Okay. I haven't admitted her yet. So let's just take a quick 5 minutes, and I'll just sit here and see if we can get Ms. Velez. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Velez, could you unmute yourself and say something so I can hear you speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, good afternoon again. Would you please call CCAE's witness?
Yes, CCA calls its witness Kiki Velez. Good afternoon, Kiki.
Just a moment.
Can
Miss Velez, would you raise your right hand, please? You need to unmute yourself.
Mhm.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I solemnly swear.
Thank you.
Okay, please state your full name for the record. Can you also spell that for the record?
Yes, my name is Kiki Velez. That's Kiki, V as in Victor, ELEZ.
Thank you. Can you state your current position at the organization you're employed at and describe your responsibilities?
Yes, I work for the Natural Resources Defense Council, or NRDC, and I am our equitable gas transition advocate, meaning that I lead a majority of our gas transition advocacy across our priority states. So this includes regulatory work, for example, in future of gas and gas planning proceedings across the country, as well as gas rate cases. And it also includes our legislative efforts to transition funding from gas to electric, or from gas to building electrification and other climate-friendly technologies.
Okay. Do you have before you Exhibit 1, which has been labeled your direct testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Was Exhibit 1 drafted by you or under your control
Yes, it was.
and direction? Okay. Do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit 1?
I may. I found some typos as I was going through it, but they don't alter the content of the testimony. It alter the, substantial content of that testimony. See if I can find them.
It's really the pre-hearing order provided that it's really unnecessary to
Okay.
make those changes, so.
Okay.
Thank you for the direction there. Are your responses to the questions in your direct testimony true and accurate to your knowledge?
Yes, although I will note that in my rebuttal testimony, I updated some of my positions in my direct testimony based on review of other parties' testimonies.
Do you want to specify that?
Sure. In my
Okay.
We don't need to have that. Thank you.
Okay.
Because what I've already allowed is some narrative testimony and direct that I wouldn't ordinarily permit, and which is expressly prescribed unless I allow it, and that is narrative direct testimony. So we'll deal with questions that we may have about Ms. Velez's positions in the cross-examination and any examination I have as well. So thank you, Ms. Lynch.
Okay.
Let's just get these exhibits
wanted to get these
admitted.
accurately admitted. If asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same? And do you swear to them under oath?
Yes, I do.
Okay. CCAE asked to admit Exhibit 1.
Any objection? No. CCA Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Was Exhibit 2 your rebuttal testimony drafted by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to make to Exhibit 2?
No, I don't.
Are your responses to the questions true and accurate to your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And if asked the same questions, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
CCAE asked to admit the rebuttal testimony, Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Hearing none. CCAE Exhibit 2 is admitted.
At this point in time, CCAE tenders its witness, Kiki Velez, for cross-examination.
And Mr. Haverly, I already set the clock at 30 minutes, so please proceed with your cross-examination.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, no need. We have no questions for this witness, so no need for a clock.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Velez, is it Velez or Velez? Velez? How do you
Velez.
pronounce it? Velez?
Yeah, latter.
Okay. How many proceedings have you testified in before regulatory commissions? Either on behalf of the NRDC or another entity?
I've been the one to submit testimony in this and one other proceeding in California. But I've also supported the drafting of testimony for my colleagues in numerous proceedings. And let's see, I counted it out in my direct testimony. I think I've participated in about 10 regulatory proceedings in which I provided comments.
What was the California proceeding about?
The testimony for the California proceeding was related to an application on behalf of Southern California Edison, which is an all-electric utility. They put forth an application for a proposed building electrification incentive program. And in my testimony, I put forth recommendations for how they could improve the program in terms of its cost effectiveness and how they could basically get the biggest bang for their buck in terms of how are they designing these incentive programs, where the money was going, how they providing recommendations for how to strengthen its equity components and increase its beneficial impacts on bills in terms of a downward pressure on rates through electrification.
And so in this case, is it fair to describe your testimony as, well, I understand that you're opposing the LNG facility, but is it aspirational in the sense that NRDC, CCAE are advocating for electrification of the New Mexico economy to the extent practicable? Is that fair to say?
I think that's one component, but a really important piece that I think is not captured in that description is the fact that, a lot of my work, yes, focuses on building electrification and switching to, tackling climate emissions from the building sector. But a big piece of my work in the purpose of my testimony, what's really at the core of my testimony is the fact that as we transition to all electric appliances, we also need to reduce investment in the gas system. That's of the utmost importance if we're to maintain an affordable gas system for the customers who remain. As I described in my testimony, the state, I believe, states across the country need to take action to make sure that low-income households are some of the first to transition off the gas systems so that they're not stranded with quote unquote stranded with underutilized, undepreciated assets, while better resources customers, take up incentives, for example, the federal tax credits that are being offered for building electrification. So that's a really important component of my testimony, and perhaps even the main component is this consumer protection, just the importance of consumer protection. And that's a core reason that I recommend the commission deny this CPN.
And this LNG facility is contrary to the policy objectives that you are advocating.
Yes, absolutely. I would say that this is a costly facility, right? 181 million, and that's just the face value, not even the net present value, when you consider all the rate of return on the investment. From what I've seen in other gas rate cases and in gas planning proceedings across the Southwest, that is a really significant expenditure. So just to put it in light of a recent gas planning proceeding that I was a part of in Colorado, Xcel Energy, which is the state's largest gas utility, it's also an electric utility, but we were just looking at their gas investments. For the next 6 years, they listed investments that I believe totaled around 88 million projected expenditures in that range, and captured all of their capital investments over $3 million. So that's 88 million for the next 6 years. So 181 million is a really significant expenditure.
Did you look? Go ahead, please finish.
Thank you. I was just going to say, as I describe in my testimony and others address as well, I don't believe the facility is necessary from a reliability or a cost containment perspective. If anything, it's detrimental to affordability of the gas system.
But you essentially, I think you just suggested that gas company's service is detrimental. Its existence is detrimental.
Sorry, when I said detrimental, I was referring to my belief based on the evidence that I've seen that the facility will increase gas rates and will not, any purported benefits of the facility in terms of cost containment would not outweigh its steep costs. So I believe Mr. Gold's testimony, for example, explains, I think very convincingly, that the facility would only, for example, in the event of Storm Uri, if the facility had been in operation, it would only have saved $14 million, about 14.7 million. Whereas the facility.
Whereas the facility, please finish.
The facility would cost 79 million in addition to the company's current Keystone contract in net present value.
But that wasn't my question. My question is whether you think that the continued existence of gas company in the next 10, 20, 30 years is contrary to the objectives of NRDC and CCAE.
I think that in the next 30 years, that brings us to 2054. New Mexico has climate commitments extending to 2030. Other states and the UN have climate.
I'm here. No, I'm here. I was just
letting the dog
I was just letting my partner out. Go ahead.
Have climate commitments that are, it's imperative to limit warming to 1.5 degrees or, at most 2 degrees by 2050. So having a facility, that's delivering gas to customers that's combusted and releasing emissions, yes, I would say that is the idea that facility would be in action through past the date that we need to meet our climate goals is contrary to NRDC's mission of combating climate change.
What if that's irrespective of whether gas company might need the facility to provide safe and reliable service to customers, right? It's just the fact that from your perspective that gas company is going to be continuing to exist and expand potentially, that is troublesome, isn't it?
To the first part of your question about whether if it were necessary from a reliability perspective, I would say no. NRDC, we want to make sure that folks have access to affordable and reliable energy. So if this facility were necessary from a reliability standpoint, or if there are urgent safety investments on the gas system that are necessary.
I'm sorry, or if there were
if there were urgent safety investments that were necessary on the gas system, NRDC wouldn't oppose those. My opposition to this facility is the fact that I don't believe it's necessary from a reliability perspective or a cost containment perspective. And I would. Mhm.
And it's totally fine
Mhm.
to advocate the position. But
Mhm.
it isn't NRDC's ultimate objective to see that in order for electrification to come to fruition at the level necessary to meet carbon reduction and clean energy goals, that utilities like gas company no longer be in business.
It's less about will the gas company be in business, and we're not diametrically opposed to gas companies. It's more about the fact, like as I mentioned before, the cost implications for customers. As we see policies begin to encourage building electrification, we need to make sure that we're also scaling down investment into the gas system. So for example, you mentioned gas system expansion earlier. That is something that NRDC would be opposed to because we would view those as sunk costs.
Isn't it?
We would
Right.
view those as sunk costs.
Yes. Sorry, I'll try to enunciate more.
Generally, well, this is regulated capitalism, but generally, if businesses don't grow, they die. Right? So
Yeah,
I think maybe you're being a little bit coy in your answer, frankly. If you stop expansion, then eventually, and its customer base is taken away because they've transitioned to electric heat pumps, water, same for electric heating and electric water heating and the rest. If that's the objective, then and this utility and others lose their customer base, then aren't they potentially driven out of business?
I have given a lot of thought to, what is the future of the gas company in general, and I certainly don't have the perfect answer. I don't think anyone does, but just as a few examples of some businesses that I've seen try to shift and be, creative in their approach to, what does the gas company become in a climate future? There's a gas company in Vermont. I think it's one of the state's biggest or only gas-only utilities that has started giving incentive, distributing through the rate-basing incentives for heat pumps. So they've sort of shifted their business model to actually be the heat pump installer and program administrator. There is also, I know SoCal Gas, which is also a gas-only utility in California, has an application called the Hydrogen Link application, or Angeles Link, excuse me.
I'm sorry,
application
called
the Angeles Link application that is designed to deliver green hydrogen to industrial processes if it's approved. So those are just some examples. I don't think that, I'm not going to have the perfect solution, like I said, but I don't think that the residential and commercial customer base or that gas is the only enterprise that a gas utility could possibly engage in.
And let's talk about Excel Energy in Colorado. When you were talking about a recent proceeding where their claimed capital expenditures were in the $80 million range.
Yes, so that was listing their capacity expansion, mandatory relocation, basically encompassed all of their large capital expenditures. It didn't include smaller investments below 3 million, like service line replacements, or things like that.
I'm sorry,
like service line replacements.
It didn't include any storage or storage capacity component, did it?
I don't believe they had projected storage investments on the horizon. It did include other types of infrastructure that wasn't pipelines, like compressor stations, if I recall correctly.
Do you know what storage arrangements Xcel Energy has in Colorado?
I do not.
Do you know what storage arrangements Xcel's other gas utilities, like in Wisconsin or Minnesota, might have?
I do not, although I know it was in one of the company's testimonies. I believe they walked through different facilities. There may have been some in Minnesota or somewhere in the
An LNG facility like the one proposed in this case?
I would have to look back at, I believe it was Mr. Reed's testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Velez.
Thank you.
Ms. Lynch, any redirect?
Not at this time. I think Ms. Velez has expressed her views on her direct and rebuttal accurately.
Okay. Any recross, Mr. Haverly?
I have one or two questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, you didn't do cross, but I'll allow you to do two questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Velez, is it true that in Colorado, Xcel Energy is also the owner of the electric utility provider?
Yes, they are a dual fuel utility.
Well, that's the only question I had, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Velez, I truly appreciate your testimony and your efforts in what you're pursuing in terms of electrification, building electrification, but also I'd say electrification of the economy in general, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, let's take a 15-minute break and then we'll come back with Western Resource Advocates witness and round out the day there, because that's about all we can do today. Thank you. We'll be back in 15.
Mr. Gould, one more sound check.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Great.
Good afternoon. We're back from our lunch break. Excuse me, our afternoon break.
Mr.
And,
Hearing Examiner,
Ms. Beatles?
yes, we're willing to and ready to proceed with Mr. Gould. I just wanted to alert you that 7 of the figures that he uses in his testimony were slightly affected by the company's errata. And in the interest of precision, as we have observed in this hearing, we were going to file an amended version today, like later today, this evening. And so that obviously hasn't been submitted. And Mr. Gould is ready to explain those after I introduce him.
That would be fine. Is there any objection to that, Mr. Haverly? Great. Okay. With that then, being back from our afternoon break, Ms. Beatles, would you please call Western Resource Advocates witness in this case?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Western Resource Advocates calls Aaron J. Gould.
Mr. Gould, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
For the record, please state your name and your employer.
My name is Aaron James Gould. My employer is Western Resource Advocates. I'm a senior policy advisor.
I was just going to ask you what your position was. Thank you. Do you have before you a copy of the direct testimony that you filed on behalf of Western Resource Advocates on October 27th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And please note that I have marked this as WRA Exhibit 1. Do you have any changes or corrections to this testimony?
Yes, as you stated, I have several corrections related to the errata that was filed by the company. There's only really 7 numbers, but I used them multiple times, so there's multiple errata. It mostly relates to the numbers we've discussed previously of Mr. Reed's analysis, Mr. Reed's scenario analysis. For example, his first number was 14.6 million. That was corrected to 13.8 million. So all the numbers relate to that analysis, the numbers resulting from his various scenarios. So like I said, it's only 7 numbers total, but there's about 50 instances of it in my testimony.
And are you referring, when you say there are approximately 50 instances, are you referring to your direct and your rebuttal?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was just my direct. For my direct, there's 10, 12.
Instances, yes. And we are prepared to mark those and submit an amended version later today. And recognizing those adjustments, if you were to answer today the questions contained in WRA Exhibit 1, your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I move the admission of WRA Exhibit 1.
Any objection? WRA Exhibit 1 is admitted. However, it will be substituted with a revised WRA Exhibit 1 later today or no later than tomorrow morning. That includes the corrected figures, which Mr. Gould, you said was 8 instances in the direct testimony?
1, 2, 3, 4. There's 12.
12, okay.
And it's really 7 numbers, but there's 12 instances of it, yes.
Okay. With that, WRA Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Now, Mr. Gould, do you have before you a copy of the rebuttal testimony you submitted on behalf of Western Resource Advocates on November 13th, 2023?
Yes, I do.
Please note for the record that I have marked this as WRA Exhibit 2. Do you have any changes or corrections to your rebuttal?
Yes, similar to direct testimony, there's 24 corrections in my rebuttal, but it's really only 5 different numbers that relate directly to the errata filed by the company. And again, they all relate to Mr. Reed's scenario analysis. And the case we've discussed before, the 14.6 million becomes the 13.8 and so. So they're not material, but they are changes.
And we will submit an amended version tonight, right?
Yes.
And then if you were to answer today, recognizing those revised figures, if you were to answer today the same questions contained in WRA Exhibit 2, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I move the admission of WRA Exhibit 2.
Any objection? No objection. Mr. Haverly's shaking his head. I take that to mean no. Subject to the same process outlined for WRA Exhibit 1, WRA Exhibit 2 will be admitted, is admitted. However, both pieces of testimony, WRA 1 and WRA 2, must be marked, identified, with labels WRA 1 and 2, which they are not now. So they would have had to been substituted in the record anyway. At least what I found in Dropbox and what in my personal files, neither of those exhibits were marked properly.
Thank you, Wilby, for that reminder, and we'll be sure to do that with this version tonight.
Okay, you're welcome.
I now pass the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Haverly?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. And just for the clarity of the record, you're correct. I had no objection to the admission of either one of those exhibits. Good afternoon, Mr. Gould. I have a few questions for you today. On page 1 of your direct testimony, which is WRA Exhibit 1, you talk about the fact that you used to be the manager of derivative and quantitative analysis in the Regulatory Affairs / Gas Supply Department of New Jersey Natural Gas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can you please give me a better idea of what that meant? And specifically what I'm trying to understand is, did you ever have any responsibilities related to the actual procurement of physical gas?
To answer that question directly, I was not a trader. I did not have the authority to buy gas, but I worked very closely with the traders, the regulated traders. So we did do analysis. I did a lot of risk management analysis regarding buying gas. And also in terms of dispatching the LNG facility, because New Jersey Natural Gas had a very similar has a very similar LNG facility to the one that's being proposed here. So I did do quantitative and financial analysis supporting gas purchase and gas nomination decisions, although myself, I did not pick up the phone and order any gas to be delivered.
And why did New Jersey Natural Gas have an LNG facility, Mr. Gould? Is that due to reliability concerns and that on their system?
Yes, given that the New Jersey Natural Gas is very different, even though it's a similar size utility as New Mexico Gas Company, it's quite a different location. So a peaker serves a different purpose in the Northeast than it would here. But yes, it was a peak shaving LNG facility.
And so peak shaving LNG facilities, you would agree, actually do have a demonstrated history of providing a storage component for LDCs around the country. Is that correct?
Storage and or peak shaving, though, given that those are different depending on where you are in the country and the nature of the utility.
I'm sorry, storage and or peak shaving. Please continue.
Yes, those are really kind of two different services that an LNG facility could provide. But yes, I would agree that they provide both in similar services at LDCs across the country.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould, would you please turn to page 3 of your direct testimony? And specifically, I'm looking at lines 8 through 13. And you have the following question and answer. Does the company's recent experience with Winter Storm Uri in February 2021 indicate a need to construct the LNG facility? And the answer is no, period. The company's current gas planning practices and the steps the company took after the severe winter event in February 2011, in which the customers were curtailed, address the company's ability to adequately respond to similar extreme weather events in the future and provide reliable service without the need for the proposed LNG facility. Is that your testimony, sir?
Yes, I believe you read exactly what I wrote.
Okay. And then on line 19 of that same page, you go on and say, the fruits of this planning were demonstrated during Winter Storm Uri in February 2021. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gould, did you happen to, in preparation for this case or your testimony, review the commission's findings in case number 11-00039 UT, which was the commission's investigation into the February 2011 winter weather event?
I believe I read it, but I don't believe I used it in my testimony and can't recite it, but I believe I did read it.
That's fine. Do you know from your analysis of that case, do you know what the peak demand was in the 2011 February case for the peak daily demand, just to be clear, for the company during the February in 2011? Yes.
I do not.
Okay. Do you know what the peak daily demand was during Winter Storm Uri in 2021 for the company?
I did not refer to it in my testimony, but I think it was 588,000 plus or minus decatherms.
Yes. Do you have NMAG exhibit number 6 available to you, sir?
Do I? Can you show me that? I don't know offhand exactly what exhibit that is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will tell you what it is. I assume that you might have a binder full of things, and I apologize for that. NMAG exhibit 6 is a response to AG interrogatory 1-02 by the company.
I think I can find that.
Okay.
You said it's the response to AG 1-02?
Yes, sir.
It's labeled New Mexico Attorney General Exhibit 6, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I see it. I have it here. I pulled up the discovery. I have it. So it's I believe the question was, please provide the maximum daily demand experienced by the company in each of the
Please
past.
provide the maximum.
It is, please slow down just a little bit, Mr. Gould.
I'm sorry, I will. I've just pulled it up. If I'm looking at the right one, the question is, please provide the maximum daily demand experienced by the company in each of the past 5 years.
Okay, and can you please look and see what the number was for 2021, which was the year that Storm Uri occurred?
It was 596,439. I believe I said 588. I'm sorry.
And then would you mind telling me what the peak demand was for 2022, the peak daily demand that's listed there?
589,845 decatherms.
Okay. And then for 2019, would you also read the number there?
582,536 decatherms.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Gould, that in the last 5 years, there have been 3 daily demands that the company has experienced that are all within a few percentage of each other. Is that correct?
Without doing the math, yes.
Okay.
And you said decatherms, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
But,
the table says MMBTU, but that decatherm and MMBTU is equivalent. I'm sorry. I'm used to using the decatherm term, but it does say MMBTU.
and it says slash, which
per
means
day.
per day.
Per day.
Yeah.
So I use decatherms instead of MMBTU, but they're.
That's fine.
So, Mr. Gould, if you would please, if.
Hang on a second. I will pause you, but Mr. Gould, I like your testimony in that you're good at explaining some of these concepts and terms. So could you explain to me why you guys in the gas industry go back and forth between decatherms and MMBTUs?
Well, it's the same thing. A therm is 100,000 decatherms, and if you
Right.
work out the math in the decimal places, so a decatherm is equal, or 10 therms is equal to an MMBTU.
So is decatherms the preferred terminology in the industry, or?
I've dealt a lot with traders, and sometimes traders use the word decatherm or dec. They'll say 50,000 decks or something like that. So I think in my experience, I've worked more with financial traders, and they tend to use the word decatherm, but MMBTU is equivalent.
But okay, it's still odd to me that, in terms of having precision of what we're talking about, we go back and forth.
Well, the precision is the same because they're identical. Decatherms and MMBTU is the same. Where the precision deviates is with MCF, which isn't. It's a volumetric measure, not a heat measure.
It's a different concept. It's consistency, and I like consistency too, as well as precision. So, and it's fine that that this difference in terminology is used. It's just trying to understand why. But I will butt out now and allow Mr. Haverly to continue his cross-examination. I'm sorry, sir.
To make it even more complicated, in Canada they use joules, so you have kilojoules,
Yeah.
which isn't identical to a decatherm or something,
Right.
so even different.
Yeah.
And Mr. Examiner, not a problem whatsoever. So, Mr. Gould, you would agree that Winter Storm Uri didn't create any unique demand issues for the company, while it might have been a significant pricing issue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Gould, if you would please, in a hypothetical, assume that the demand in 2021 was somewhere around 719,000 for the company on a peak day, MMBTU. What is the differential between the 719,000 and the 596,000 that was experienced during Uri? Do you have any idea of what the magnitude differential is between that load differential?
About 120,000 decatherms.
Is that a significant difference in the gas world?
That is. But that was a hypothetical based on a 719, which I don't believe has ever occurred at New Mexico Gas Company.
And I understand that you haven't read the commission's order, but that's okay. You don't have to believe it. Mr. Gould, I have a few more questions. On page 4 of your testimony, you reference case number 16-0097 UT. And that is the company's proposed solution to the 2011 winter weather event. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've cited the recommended decision in that case in your testimony, right?
Yes. If you're referring to lines 18 through 21, yes.
I am. And so you've read that recommended decision. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Gould, isn't it true that part of the company's solution in that case to the 2011 winter event was to increase the storage capacity that it held at Keystone Natural Gas Storage Facility?
I'll accept that as true. I can't remember exactly where in that decision it said it, and it was quite a few pages.
Okay. And isn't it true that the Keystone had made a commitment in that case that was communicated by the gas company that it was installing additional backup power at the facility to make it more reliable? Is that correct?
I believe so, but I would have to check to be certain, but I believe so.
Okay, and is it correct that in that case, the company also told the commission that the company was extending the term of its lease with Keystone as part of its solution to the 2011 outage? Is that correct?
I believe so.
And Mr. Gould, isn't it correct that in that recommended decision that you read, the commission relied on those three aspects of Keystone as in approving New Mexico Gas Company's proposed solution to the 2011 winter storm outage?
I assume they,
Objection. It calls for a legal conclusion to the extent that the commission relied on those arrangements.
Did you rely on those three aspects? Overruled. You're not answering as a lawyer, Mr. Gould, right? You're
no,
just
I'm
your
not aware.
your expertise.
I can't recall. I mean, I can't recall the entire recommended decision, so I'm accepting it for true. And it would seem reasonable that if those claims were made, that the commission would rely on them to make their decision.
Okay, so if they did, Mr. Gould, and the facility ended up proving to be less reliable than anybody wanted, the 2011 solution may not still be the same today as everybody thought it was in 2016. Isn't that correct?
May not be.
Mr. Gould, from a policy standpoint, is there any way that WRA can support a $181 million 30-year investment in natural gas infrastructure?
Is there any way we could?
Yes.
Question?
Yes. From a policy standpoint.
I would be hard pressed to support a $181 million infrastructure investment in gas from a policy standpoint. I can't say for certain, but it's a general question.
But well, we'll get back to it. Go ahead. Just drill down a little bit more on that, Mr. Haverly, please.
Sure. So, Mr. Gould, is WRA advancing the idea of electrification rather than investment in gas infrastructure and fossil fuels?
Well, WRA has a goal of zero emissions in the economy in the energy sector by 2050. So any significant investment in the gas infrastructure would probably be inconsistent with that goal.
Is there any place in the Western region, which I understand is where WRA generally does most of its work, where WRA is supporting any large gas infrastructure projects? And by large, I'll say anything over $50 million.
I am fairly new to WRA, and my focus has been entirely New Mexico, so I can't really speak to what's being done in other states accurately. I'm still trying to get my head above water here in New Mexico.
So you just don't know?
I don't know. Not that I can speak to specifically, no.
That's fair. That's fair. Mr. Gould, if you analyzed what witness John Reed had, the analysis that he performed on savings, correct?
Yes, I did.
And while you may
which analysis? The one that generates his three scenarios, or the other analysis? He presented two analysis on savings, one regarding the URI savings and one regarding another set of savings. So which one?
Any and all of them. I assume that I guess my question was more applicable to, have you reviewed all of his analysis that he's performed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you disagree that this company proposed project has the potential to save customers money in winter weather events?
I think it has the potential to save, but I think it also has the potential to lose money, to cost more.
During winter weather events, you believe that it could cost customers more money to have the LNG?
Well, I think referring to yesterday's testimony of NEE, Christopher Dodd, I think he made the point that potentially the LNG facility with less total storage than Keystone could, in certain circumstances, cost the company more. And I don't disagree with that. With less volume, you could potentially be exposed to more spot market gas purchases and end up costing more. So it could be more, it could be less. I don't think it's clear that the company is going to save money by building an LNG facility versus using Keystone.
It could be, or it could be more, it could be less, depends on what the future holds, correct?
It could be what the future holds, how the LNG is operated versus how Keystone would have been operated. So there's a bunch of factors that could affect that.
What we do know, though, Mr. Gould, is that when the company needed Keystone the most for price volatility, Keystone instituted a force majeure, correct?
I wouldn't characterize it needing it the most for price volatility. It happened to issue a force majeure that required you to go into the intraday market, but I wouldn't say we needed the most for reduction of price volatility.
Let's be specific on when that date was. Was it February 14th, 2021, Mr. Haverly, or when?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Alexander. That is exactly the date I was thinking, was February 14th of 2021. That despite the fact that the gas company needed it in a dramatically volatile market, Keystone had declared a force majeure and restricted withdrawals. Isn't that correct, Mr. Gould?
Yes, and that amounted to about, depending on whose calculation you use, mine or John Reed's, about $13 to $15 million of the 107,000 total extraordinary expense, 107 million extraordinary gas expenses. Yes.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Gould. I don't have any additional questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly. So, Mr. Gould, 1 decatherm equals 1.0550749.103 gigajoules. Yes.
Gigajoules, okay, gigajoules. I'm sorry. Those decimals. Yeah.
Right. So it's not an exact translation, although
No, it's not.
when I put it in the energy calculator, if I put 1 MCF, it comes out as 1 MMBTU, 10 therms, and 1 decatherm. Although it's not exact, is it?
No, it depends on the pressure. 1 MCF equals 1.038 MMBTU or decatherms, depending on the pressure. So if pressure changes, that's not true. But in the standard pressure used in the industry, 1 MCF equals 1.038 decatherms or MMBTU.
Well, this energy conversion calculator online is the NRG, energy conversion calculator,
Okay.
which they say it's based on calculations provided by the EIA, but for what it's worth.
But EIA has a conversion website that is exactly, I think in my testimony, I think I might have quoted to the EIA website that says the 1.038. Sorry.
No, that's good. I'll when I'm doing conversions, I'll make sure I go to this EIA website, which the NRG website cross-references. So thank you. But you said in your testimony, in response to a question from Mr. Haverly, that you would be I guess WRA, you're speaking on behalf of.
I'm speaking on behalf of WRA.
Yeah, WRA would be hard pressed to support $181 million infrastructure and gas from a policy standpoint.
Yes, if our policy is to have zero emissions in the energy sector by 2050, I mean, I can't see how. I mean, we may be able to invent a case, but I can't see how that we would support such a significant investment in natural gas infrastructure given the goals of WRA.
So let's just assume the hypothetical that Keystone is no longer a reliable storage source for gas company, and gas company really needs to find storage. And they proposed this particular LNG facility. You would still oppose the LNG facility?
I would make sure they did their full due diligence to look for storage in facilities that already existed before building a new storage facility.
You just added that to my hypothetical, assuming they did their due diligence. As certain witnesses yesterday assert the company did in scouring
Well, I guess
the
given
area.
given that hypothetical, if Keystone was gone and there was no other storage services and they absolutely had to provide reliable service, then maybe we would consider it. But I would certainly have to look at all the other alternatives, including what Ms. Velez included in her testimony: demand response, energy efficiency, and every other possible.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gold, if you
I'm
could
sorry.
just slow down, including Ms. Velez.
Yeah, I would have, if that were the case, I would have to make sure every other storage alternative and alternative for the reduction in natural gas demand were considered before I would support building a new infrastructure.
Wouldn't a more salutary alternative for WRA be, given the objectives of electrification, that gas companies' customers become electric utility customers?
Well, that would be one of the alternatives to reduce gas demand, would be electrification. I may not have said it, but that would be in the same category as demand response, energy efficiency, and electrification, to reduce the gas demand before we would build any infrastructure or support building any infrastructure.
Oh, with the ultimate objective that gas utilities no longer exist.
If that's our goal, is to completely reduce emissions and decarbonize the energy industry by 2050, I guess that would be the result of that logic.
Well, that is the logic, isn't it?
Yes
or no?
Yes.
No, and it's fine. I'm not, it doesn't, it's not really, frankly, it's an argument in the case, but I'm not, you don't know me, but I'm not, we're having an intellectual discussion and I'm trying to understand the logical progression of
A similar
positions.
argument could be if another hypothetical company's sole business is produce combined cycle combustion turbines.
I'm sorry, sir. If another hypothetical company.
If another hypothetical were be to evaluate a company whose sole business was to produce gas turbines or large gas turbines, and should they go out of business based on my policy recommendations? Yes. Because that's not the kind of investment we want to make in the economy.
No, and that, in fact, the Inflation Reduction Act tends to move in that direction, doesn't it?
Should we build another large refinery to make gasoline and diesel? I would have to say probably not. So,
and that's,
similar
you're being, you score more points with me by being refreshingly honest and not coy or, as let's just talk about what the objectives are, and we'll see if the policies are translated in current law and already established or to be established commission policy based on the law and regulations in existence now. So that's all fair. It's all fair game, and it's not going to, frankly, your position is not your WRA's position or CCA's position or NE's position isn't going to, policy objectives aren't going to dictate my recommendation one way or the other, for or against. I understand. You know what I'm saying? Did you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do.
Is that I'm just looking at I have to look at the record, look closely at the record, but sometimes it's evident that there's a sea change happening, and you're at the head of that sea change, and I respect that.
No, and our goal is to reduce emissions to zero in the economy by 2050. That's gonna imply certain things about the industrial and business structure in the United States. Right. And that may be, we discussed. And
you came from the industry.
I did.
You were in the industry.
My last, other than a brief consulting period, my last position was at New Jersey Natural Gas.
Right, and they had that peak shaving facility that you mentioned.
An LNG facility.
LNG peak shaving facility. That is it comparable in size to this proposed facility?
It was actually a bit different. It was a bit small. There was two facilities at New Jersey Natural Gas. It was a 0.7 BCF facility, so slightly smaller. but it had 170,000 decatherms a day of vaporization capacity, and so similar, and 10,000 in liquefaction capacity, so identical. And there was, so that operated almost identically as the facility that's being proposed. And there was a satellite facility of 0.3 BCF that had no liquefaction. And the LNG was trucked from the facility with liquefaction to that one. So I know in this hearing we've discussed satellite LNG facilities. So that's identical to what existed in New Jersey. And the total was 170. I think the primary facility had 150,000 decatherms a day capacity vaporization, and the smaller one had 20,000 a day. So very, very similar setup, but slightly different use. Because in the Northeast, the use of an LNG facility is a bit different than how you'd use it in New Mexico.
Please explain why the difference.
Well, there's a much greater, in the Northeast, there's a much greater variability between summer and winter loads. And in New Jersey, natural gas was predominantly residential, similar. So you get similar use in summer, but a much higher use per customer in the winter in a northern utility. And northeastern utilities also have a significant amount more storage. So there was, I believe, I just have to guess here, I think New Jersey Natural Gas had like close to 30 BCF of storage. But that's partly the reason because they're so far from production fields. So northern utilities have to rely more on storage assets than actual access to production. So the portfolio for a northeastern utility would look like some supply in the winter, some supply, a lot of storage, some market purchases like the swing gas or day ahead purchases we've discussed, some intraday purchases, and a peaking component of LNG. So the portfolio stack looks slightly different for a Northeast utility.
This was just, and these LNG facilities that the New Jersey gas utility had was just a small part of the storage.
Very small. It was 1 BCF total, and I think their total storage was approaching 30 BCF. But it serves slightly different purpose. In the Northeast, an LNG facility is probably going to be used more exclusively for even hourly peaking. I believe John Reed and Mr. Bullard yesterday discussed those early hours in the morning, like early hours between like 4 and 8 in the morning. That's when it tends to be the coldest. I mean, it varies, but that on an average, that tends to be the coldest hours. And that's the morning peak demand when everyone's waking up and cooking and showering and such. So a strictly peaking LNG facility would tend to be used in those few hours. So if on the rare occasion we used it, it would be for peaking in early morning hours. So 4 or 5 hours.
Not in the evenings when the people come home?
Depends on how cold it is. I mean, if it's a really, really cold day, the nature of it is the colder it gets, the flatter the hourly curve gets. So you have when it's like a normal cold day, you have the morning peak and the afternoon peak, but on a really, really cold day, that curve tends to flatten out.
Right.
So it gets less peaky. So it depends on the nature of the day and really how cold it is. But it would be unusual to run an LNG facility in the Northeast like 24 hours to use the full vaporization, as I believe Mr. Barkley talked about this morning.
While you were there, did the utility experience cuts and nominations?
Yes. It wasn't from well, yes. Yes, I wouldn't say it's a normal course of business for a gas supply group at a utility, but it happens. I mean, you get operational flow orders from pipelines, you get storage cuts, and as John Reed discussed, it's usually ratable. So there's often some kind of cut that has to be managed.
Were there, similar to Winter Storm Uri in 2021, are you aware of any similar events, analogous events on the East Coast?
Yes, yeah. 2017, 2018, maybe. We never got to a peak day, but I mean, I think the peaks were in the 750 range. So they were very peak days, but not a design day, like not a 1 in 30 year day. But there were some events we had to deal with.
Did they result in customer curtailments?
No.
No. Okay. I really appreciate your candor, and again, your testimony is very helpful in the way that you describe things in a really understandable way. So I appreciate that, Mr. Gould. I don't have any further questions And I'm going to ask Ms. Beatles if she has any redirect.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Mr. Gould, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
In terms of your initial reaction to this case, was it based on, were you bound by WRA's policies of decarbonization?
Not really. My first reaction to the case was intimidation by John Reed, given he was the expert witness. I was like, oh no, what have I walked into? So that was my first reaction. But no, I went into it. I mean, I think I probably even told you I went into it with an open mind, and I looked at the analysis, and I developed my view in conjunction with WRA's goals. But I don't think that that's what drove my goals. You didn't tell me to make a decision to oppose the LNG facility. I did it based on what I thought was correct in my experience in gas supply.
And did your gas utility industry experience inform your reaction to the company's proposal?
Most definitely.
Did you observe New Jersey Natural Gas's use of their LNG facility?
Yes, I mean, I observed it, and I told Mr. Haverly, we discussed it almost on a daily basis, because the way the whole process works is you're forecasting weather out 7 days. So when you're in gas supply and utility, you're looking out sort of the 7 or 10 days or 14 days, depending how long your forecast out, and you're trying to build that gas supply portfolio, sort of a plan out into the future, not only the next day or the weekend, but days out. So you kind of build in your mind what the gas supply portfolio is going to look like to meet load. So yeah, I observed it. I was part of it. Like I said, my decision, my contribution was more financial and quantitative, and looking at the accuracy of forecasts and such rather than operational, but I was involved in the process.
Did they ever use gas from this facility to mitigate price spikes during dropping temperatures?
Never. And I can say that for certainty because me and one of the traders often wanted to. We would be looking at because you don't really know the day ahead price today. So today you really don't know tomorrow's price, but you can sort of think of where it's going based on trades that have been done in the market. So on several occasions, the traders and I would be like, wow, price tomorrow is looking like $15. We have LNG WACOG at $4. We could make $11. And if we could dispatch LNG from a financial trading point of view, and operationally, we were always denied that request because it was purely for reliability. So we never did that.
But the traders were gas company or New Jersey gas company employees, though.
I sat right next to them on the trading desk. So the traders are thinking how it works. I mean, I'm not sure how it works at New Mexico Gas Company. The traders are always more thinking financially. How can I reduce gas costs? What can I do to keep costs down? Where the engineering side of the business, people who watch the big board with all the lights are thinking more about pressures and reliability and how we're going to keep this system up and operating without curtailment. So there's not a controversy between the two, but they have slightly different perspectives in managing gas supply.
But that creative tension is actually operationally probably important.
Yeah, it's two different perspectives. I mean, you're trying to maintain, this is we've discussed the whole case. You're trying to maintain reliability, and you're also trying to reduce gas costs. So that both groups realize the needs of the other, but they kind of have a slightly different perspective.
And then they end up somewhere potentially. Mostly, it sounds like the reliability folks won, the engineers, most of the time.
That usually wins out when you only have 1 BCF of gas and you're in New Jersey where it can get really cold for long periods of time. Preserving the LNG is the utmost importance.
Okay, I'll step out of Ms. Beatles and I'll pause for a second. I'm sorry. I just find this really interesting, Ms. Beatles. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm learning too as this case has developed. Did the company ever switch to liquefaction and then back to vaporization during cold temperatures?
In the period I was there, never. We discussed it, but we never did it because as this was, I think Mr. Barkley said this morning, it really takes a full day. So if you're vaporizing today, it takes you tomorrow to switch, and then like the next day, Friday, you get to liquefy. And we were never in a position confident enough of a long enough period of warm weather where we wouldn't need the facility to make that switch in midwinter. So we never did, even though from a financial point of view, me and the traders thought it would be nice because it's sort of like an option where you can increase the notional. It's like, so yeah, so we did discuss it, but it never happened for the same reason. The engineers would actually say the vaporization is working great now. The plant's working great. We're not going to mess with it. We're not going to switch mode. So we're going to keep it in vaporization mode. So that was kind of the answer we always got. So we never did it.
You were asked a couple of questions about that referred to the reliability of Keystone. Is it your opinion that Keystone is unreliable?
Not 100%. I would agree that Keystone probably experiences more force majeure outages that restrict withdrawal and also injection than most numerically. But when I looked at the through discovery, I looked at the size of those, and I look at the size of when I look at the number, there are quite a few. But when I look at the size of those and kind of have my gas supply hat on, I'm trying to think of how many of those are actually really critical or really significant in managing day-to-day supply. So I don't think, even though there was a lot numerically, I don't think there was a lot that really would significantly affect sort of potential reliability or gas supply. I think John Reed mentioned 1,000, anything over 1,000. That's a small amount of gas. I mean, that's a minuscule amount of gas and can easily be accommodated in line pack or horizontal storage, which we didn't have in New Jersey, but you have here in New Mexico. So I was trying to draw the line where I thought what was a significant decatherm volume versus what was just a force majeure that really wasn't significant. So in terms of numerically, yes, I think there was probably a lot, but in terms of how many that were actually significant, I would think there's quite a few less.
But it was significant on February 14, 2021.
Well, so how do you define significance? It didn't affect reliability. They didn't have to curtail. I think their cut was in the 50,000 decatherm range. I mean, I'd have to look at the exact number, and they were able to replace that supply in the spot market easily.
I don't know. You put a figure on that though. The extraordinary gas prices. How much was it for that day?
Well, we're talking about reliability versus price spike mitigation. So it did not affect reliability. There was no risk of curtailing customers on those days. Yes, they did have to replace that gas at a higher price, but that's a price spike mitigation argument.
That came out of customer pockets eventually, right?
Well, in fact, it did, but any price spike mitigation does. Price spike mitigation is never free. So that 107 million of extraordinary gas cost was smoothed over 30 months. That's precisely a price spike mitigation. They didn't want to pass through that much cost in the next month through the PGAC, Purchase Gas Adjustment Clause, so they spread it over 30 months. And there is some cost because the company has to carry that in their balance sheet. So there's some cost to that facility. But price volatility reduction isn't free. So whether you do it through the PGAC or an LNG plant, it's going to have some cost. So I think there's been a blurring of this reliability issue and price spike mitigation issue throughout the hearing. So, but that case during Uri did not affect reliability. Yeah, you might say, well, if we had something more reliable, we could have been exposed to less price spike, but that's not really a reliability issue. But that's not a reliability issue.
But that is a customer service issue, right?
True. But
yes,
in my testimony,
and the customers might not have found that smoothing over 30 months as smooth as you suggest.
But I think we've shown throughout this whole hearing, though, even if we use the most extreme of John Reed's assumptions, more than half of that $107 million extraordinary gas expense, the company would have still been exposed to. So even in the most extreme assumption, it's not even reducing that price volatility by half. And I think a more realistic number is closer to that 15 million. So you're really not reducing price volatility that much.
Well, it's now 13.8 million, I think.
Yeah, 13.8 million. And that's still a dubious number because it really relies on a lot of assumptions. But granted, 13 to 15 million, if we accept that as a reasonable number, okay, that's how much volatility would reduce. So instead of 107 million spread over 30 months, it would have been 107 million less 15-ish. So still a pretty significant impact. That would not have
over 3 or 4 events. It is significant, though. It covers that amount.
but I mean,
or the cost of the facility.
but it was if you want to go there, this is a pretty unlikely event too. It's in testimony, and it's been said several times that that was the highest prices ever observed, and it's in a discovery response from New Energy Economy that it was a 1 in 100-year price event. So that's not likely to occur every year. That was a very unlikely event. It was a very high price during a force majeure event. So you had two fairly unlikely things happening at the same time that generated that potential, that huge extraordinary expense, and the potential for, I hate to say savings, but the potential for reduction in that expense. So
But isn't, let's step out of that. You would say, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, and I think several people have said that, like, oh, 15 million a few times pays for it, but I don't think there's any indication that that 15 million is going to happen on a regular basis. That was an extremely unlikely.
Whoa, that's where I'm going.
Okay.
The regular basis. Your carbon reduction objectives are primarily focused on what? What's one big impact of carbon reduction? Isn't it climate change mitigation? Right?
Yes.
And you know where I'm going with this. It seems
Yeah.
like storms, the weather volatility is increasing, not decreasing, isn't it? Did you watch the news last night?
Yes, but what you just said may be true, but it's certainly up for debate. You're saying that although there may be climate change over time, global warming over time, that may result in more volatility. So,
That's
but
undisputed.
this
You're not a climate change denier.
Just a moment, please. Mr. Gould, if you could let the judge speak, I would really appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. That's fine, Mr. Gold. Because you're not shifting from climate activist to climate change denier, are you?
No, I'm not. Why did I sound like it?
Pardon me?
Did I sound like I was switching?
Well, you were getting a little defensive. Because when I asked whether you'd watched the news, you saw where I was going, right?
But the climate change is going to affect the level of demand, and as we discussed earlier in this today, that Uri wasn't a huge. It was, I believe, the response was it was like a 1 in 5 year event or a 1 in 7 year event, so that it wasn't really that cold during Uri.
But those types of events, right? Hot, but there's also volatility in the other direction towards unexpected colder weather too, and events are happening more frequently. And those events that happen more frequently are even more impactful in magnitude, aren't they? As the planet heats up.
That's pretty general, but I would probably agree with that, yes.
Okay. So, for planning purposes, don't you, in terms of like weather forecasts, did you rely on Willard or who did you guys rely on over there at New Jersey? Natural gas.
We had a bunch of different weather forecasting services. We actually used the same one. We used one of the same companies as the New Mexico Gas Company. We used Marquette Energy Analytics during the time for some daily and hourly price forecasts, and also a company called PRT, which is part of Enverus, and they used a compilation of several forecasting services. But just to make a point that you made earlier, we're sort of muddling price spikes and cold weather. That price spike during Uri wasn't necessarily caused by extremely cold weather. There can be any reason for price spikes. So you're saying it's more likely.
Go ahead.
You're saying it's more cold weather is more likely, but there's been cold weather all along. 2011 was colder, and we didn't see $250 price. So.
Well, it was where the cold weather was experienced,
A lot
right?
of factors, yes, yeah.
The Permian Basin. And the fact that
the 1 in 100 year event was probably a very unlikely event. I mean, who knows? We might see that tomorrow, but I mean, I don't think you can rely on price saving scenarios that you're going to see a $200 gas price on a regular basis. I don't think that's true. And I think in the discovery response, I believe it was John Reed says we'd expect to see that level of price once in 100 years.
Okay. Ms. Beatles, go ahead.
Thank you. I had one more question about Keystone. Have you looked at the various events, including cuts and even those declared force majeures at Keystone?
I looked at a few recent ones. It was actually a few days ago, Mr. Herring examining, when you brought up that web page. I went on that web page and looked at those. You said there was 4 since November. None of those 4 affected withdrawals from Keystone. They were injection force majeures. Actually, two were injections. One was the reduction of the amount of injection constraint, and one was the cancellation of a previous force majeure. So even though they were force majeures, they would not have affected reliable withdrawals from the Keystone storage facility.
Have you looked at cuts over in the past?
Well, I looked at the discovery response. I believe it was WRA 3.1, where it gave 10 years of historical. And that's what I was referring to earlier. Even though there's quite a few number, a lot of them are below 1,000. And I would it's hard to say where to draw the line, but a lot of those to me weren't exceptionally large.
Are many of those within the ordinary course of business for a gas utility?
I would think, I mean, this is going out on a limb a little bit here, but I would think the ones in the 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 range are relatively common to have your nominations cut by that amount. But that might be a bit out of my expertise. But yeah, I sorted them in terms of size, and I think there was only 4 or 5 above 30,000 decatherms. That's kind of where I kind of drew the line. If you look at the average change in line pack or horizontal storage at New Mexico Gas, I think it's in the range of plus or minus 40,000 decatherms. So I was kind of like using that as a guide, like how large are they compared to the line pack that New Mexico Gas Company can utilize. So that's kind of where I drew the line. So 30,000, 25,000, and there were only, like I say, 5 or 6 above that level. So again, numerically, it's been a lot, but I don't think they were a lot in significant size.
The hearing examiner asked about WRA's 2050 carbon emissions reduction goal. Is that a science-based goal of what is needed to avoid the worst effects of climate change?
This is stretching my experience a little bit too, but I believe it is. I mean, I believe if the goal is to reduce global warming, to reduce that sort of number of degrees that the globe is warming, leading to these more extreme weather events and global warming and all the other global things, that the negative impacts of that. So I think that goal by 2050 is to mitigate those effects of global warming
by 2 degrees Celsius or more.
I'm not sure the exact number, but I thought it was 1.5 or maybe 2, but yes, certainly mitigate that increase in global temperature.
Yeah,
I think our goals are directly related to accomplishing that.
See, now we're back on the same page.
I don't think I ever got into the climate denier page.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Do regulators, legislators, businesses, and the public all have a role in working towards solutions and pathways to achieve science-based emissions reductions goals?
Yes.
If gas systems can be unreliable in cold weather, is one way to reduce customer risk of price spikes by reducing reliance on natural gas?
Most definitely.
Is energy efficiency a way for gas utilities to reduce their gas demand and supply risk?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, there's 2 components to that. I mean, I think John Reed mentioned this yesterday. You can reduce overall demand, so like annual demand or winter season demand or peak demand. So those are 2 goals of policies to reduce demand, or reducing like average demand over a heating season and peak demand, and energy efficiency accomplishes both. They'll probably peak demand to a lesser extent than overall demand.
Yeah, wouldn't a utility be more amenable to energy efficiency if they had decoupling? Are you familiar with decoupling?
Yes, and that's the topic I don't want to go down that. I don't want to go down that. That could get even more controversial than climate.
Well, yeah, but see, with energy efficiency without decoupling, disincentivizes, arguably, at least according to the Washington Commission and others, that
with decoupling, you're paying. Well, I'm not even going to say it.
No, but again, there's a disincentive to if it's cutting into your business model,
Well,
to your revenue.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. What did you say? What did you say?
I'm sorry,
No.
I did interrupt you. I said you said a disincentive, and I said a disincentive to do the right thing.
To go out of business eventually? That's the bottom line, isn't it?
If that's the result of fighting global warming and reducing emissions in the energy sector by 2050, yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Beatles.
Where was I? Is reduction of stranded investment risk part of the solution and pathway that is needed to achieve emissions reduction goals?
I don't think I don't think reducing, the way you phrased it, I don't maybe agree with. I think they're both coincident. You want to reduce stranded investment,
Yeah.
but at the same time, you're going to be reducing, meeting climate goals. You certainly don't want to invest in something that has a 30-year life that you expect it to be not useful in 20 years. But evaluating investments based on their probability of being stranded is also going to accomplish climate goals. So they're, I would say, coincident goals, not one causing the other.
And I have one more question. With respect to the savings that Mr. Reed cites, are there uncertainties that the commission should consider relative to the company's characterization of potential savings?
Most definitely, as the NEE attorney Christopher Dodd brought out yesterday, I think there's some serious flaws in that analysis of savings as amended by the errata. But I think there's some serious flaws in that. Before the commission relies on that analysis, I think they should take a very close look at my testimony and the transcript from Mr. Dodd's questioning to evaluate that.
Thank you. I have no further redirect.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. And thank you for putting up with my interruptions of your redirect. So any recross, Mr. Howerly?
Very briefly, I am cognizant of the desire to have very brief recross.
Right.
But I appreciate if you indulge me. Mr. Gould, during your time at New Jersey Natural Gas, did New Jersey Natural Gas ever have to curtail 28,000 customers due to supply disruptions?
During my time, no, we never curtailed any customers.
Wonderful. During your time at New Jersey Natural Gas, did the utility ever experience a situation where it had to pay over $180 an MMBTU for gas supply?
I can't recall the price of gas on every day I was there, so it's possible. We may have, I think we probably was. I think if you look back at TETCO M3 pricing hub, I think there probably were some days where the price was close to that high, but I would have to check that. We purchased our gas mainly at a hub called TETCO M3, and I believe there were some instances where there was at least $125 gas there, yes.
Could you spell that? M3 is obvious, but what?
It's a price, it's a market, it's called a demand area pricing point. It's TETCO, which is Texas Eastern Transmission Company, and it's a pricing point called M3, which is kind of a pricing point for the greater New York City, New Jersey area. Transco Zone 6 is a similar pricing point.
I'm sorry, Transco?
Transcontinental Pipeline Company, Transco Zone 6 is a similar point. And like I say, I'm stretching my memory here, but I believe there were situations where those prices were up over $100.
Was it $100 or $180? My question was $180.
I can't remember. I know it was high, but I can't remember exactly what the price was. And I could certainly check, but
And finally, did New Jersey Natural Gas ever sell natural gas onto the market in general, rather than just serving its customers? Did it have gas capabilities to do that?
Yeah, occasionally there were market sales. I believe, yes, if we had excess gas, we purchased gas for the weekend or the next day, and there was excess gas. At times, New Jersey Natural Gas would sell gas into the market. Off-system sales, it was called. So that was done occasionally.
Thank you, Mr. Gould, I appreciate your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly. As Mr. Gould, I do very much, and I appreciate you, and thank you for engaging with me on the level that you did.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to interrupt. Well, I just did it again.
That's okay.
I apologize for interrupting.
It's all right. And Mr. Lee appreciates that apology as well. But again, I truly appreciate you and the candor that you showed. It was refreshing and appreciated from me. So thank you for that and for your testimony. And with that, we're done for the day. Your excuse, sir. Thank you, sir. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Mr. Dodd, do you think Ms. Subra will be ready to go? To start off?
Ms. Nanasi will be handling Ms. Subra's testimony. I believe that she's ready to go anytime tomorrow, but I don't want to speak out of turn, and Ms. Nanasi is present.
Right. Hi, Ms. Nanasi. Is Ms. Subra ready to go first? Tomorrow?
Hi, Mr. Maderos. Yes, she is at 9 o'clock.
I'm sure you've been listening.
The whole time.
Then we have Rosencrantz, De Leon, Brain, and last but of course not least, Mr. Railcott tomorrow to close out. And be thinking also about a pretty, given we're having expedited transcripts, please be thinking about the briefing schedule and about what would be an appropriate page limitation on briefs in chief and response briefs, which we'll address at the end of the hearing tomorrow. And with that, I think I've listed the order of witnesses to close out the hearing tomorrow, and also the post-hearing matters. We have to also talk, Mr. Haverly and Mr. Dome, about the submission of bench request responses. Be prepared to give us your best estimate of when those will be available. And we'll also set a deadline for responses to those bench requests. And with that, if there's nothing else, Mr. Black, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Similar to what my colleague, counsel for Western Resource Advocates, Ms. Beadle, prefaced her amendments to Mr. Gould's testimony. My client, Ed Realkoff, also had some changes to amend Staff Exhibit 1, which I propose to upload soon, which will change numbers because of that errata.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Again, consistent with what I approved for WRA, I'm approving for staff.
Thank you.
I have just approved. For you. You're welcome. Is there anything else to address before we close for the evening? And apparently not. Okay. Well, have a good evening, everyone. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. We're in recess until then. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
You bet, Judge.